Good morning, students.
Good morning, ma'am.
Shall we start or shall we wait for 1 or 2 minutes to others to join? I will start today's class. And can you hear my voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, what is the paper I'm taking? Any idea?
Principles of Financial Accounting.
Yes, right. Yeah. When I took the other previous classes, already 3 classes are over. So what I thought is I will go according to your book, what given in your hands, so that I can cover all the chapters. And if you have any doubt, I will give my number. You can contact me. So only 2 classes are left out. So I'll go according to your textbook. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. And last class, I've stopped in depreciation accounting. Is it right?
Yes, ma'am.
So straight line method, diminishing balance method, I've stopped up to that. So I will continue from that. And the screen okay for you? So what is and there is straight line method, diminishing balance method. So many methods we have. Straight line amount of depreciation will be same. So if you look into this question, uh, the cost of the machine is 48,000. Installation is 3,000. So totally it is added. Depreciation, if we look into the account, all the years depreciation amount is same. So depreciation for all the years is 10,000 if you look into the account. That is the straight line method. Straight line method depreciation will be the same. So how to calculate depreciation is cost of the asset minus scrap value divided by the lifetime. That is what they given annual depreciation amount. So that is straight line method. Then diminishing balance method, the value of your depreciation will be going down. If you look into this question, total cost is 20,000, 10% on 20,000 is 2,000. So every year depreciation amount, first year 2,000, second year 1,800. How they got 1,800 is what is the opening balance of the second year. I think you all will follow this. So third year, opening balance of third year into 10%. So it goes on down and the value of the asset will not be equal to zero immediately in diminishing balance method. And the third method is sum of years of digit method. So how to calculate sum of years of digit method? This example, they have got cost of the asset is 10,000 and the lifetime is 5. So 5 by 15, 4 by 15, 3 by 15, 2 by 15 into the cost of the asset. Any doubt in this? So take your cost of the asset into your number of years lifetime. Fifth year, that is in the first year it will be 5 years left out, so 5 by 15. In second year, 4 years left out, 4 by 15, and the last year it will be 1 by 15. So that is sum of years of digit method. Next one is annuity method. So what is annuity method? In all the above methods, interest amount is not considered. Interest of the amount what you have invested in your asset is not considered. So but that here it is considered here. So take this question. A lease is purchased on 1st January for 4 years at a cost of rupees 20,000. It is proposed to depreciate by annuity method, charging 5% interest. So in annuity method, you have to use annuity table. The table value, what is table value of 1 rupee at 5% interest is 0.282012. That amount you have to consider here. And when you prepare your lease account, 20,000 is the asset. 20,000 into the 0.282012. If you multiply that amount, you will get 5,640.24. So that is your depreciation. And what is the interest on 20,000 as 5% is on the debit side? To interest account 1,000 rupees, that is 5% on 20,000. So annuity method, along with calculating depreciation, you will also calculate interest. Is it understandable by you? Interest is considered in annuity method. How did you get this 5,640? It is 20,000 into annuity table value. So table value of 1 rupee at 5% interest. If we take the table, it will be showing zero point 0, that is 0.282012. That is annuity method. Then what are the methods of providing depreciation? Depreciation fund, that is sinking fund account. So sinking fund account, what is the benefit in sinking fund is it will provide a particular amount for replacement of the asset. So after the particular period lifetime, it will be providing a reasonable amount for the replacement of the asset. And how it is possible for providing it will be investing the depreciation amount in easily saleable securities. So if you want the amount, you will be able to sell the securities immediately and you'll be able to make money for replacing the asset. So these are the entries you have to pass when you have sinking fund method. So what is the amount of interest you receive? Again, interest will be considered in sinking fund, and we'll see one problem. So this illustration, they have given 20,000 rupees. Asset value 4 years is lifetime. Replacement is replacement at the end of 4 years is depreciation fund account. And again, they will be using table value at 4% interest and rupee 1 value is 0.235490. So that will give you depreciation amount is 4,709. So journal for every year for buying an asset, depreciation, transfer to depreciation fund account, and again depositing that depreciation as an investment amount. Why? Because you will be buying saleable securities, so it will be invested. And again, at the end of every year, that interest you will be receiving on the depreciated amount. That is, whatever the amount you are transferring to the depreciation fund, you will receive interest that is 4% interest here. So 4% into 4,710, it will be 188 rupees will be the interest. Again, for every year, same entries will be repeated. And next, after journal, you'll prepare your ledger, then your machinery account and fund reserves. These are the various in the ledger you have to follow for sinking fund. So sinking fund will be helpful for selling your asset, selling your securities and making your asset to be purchased immediately. So this method, insurance policy method, is also similar to depreciation fund method. So how it is similar is they'll be paying insurance premium for a particular year, and annually at the end of the fixed period you will be getting a certain amount. So that will be helpful again for replacement of the assets. So what are the journals you have to pay? So example here, a machine was purchased on 92. It was decided to provide replacement by insurance policy method, and the company took an insurance policy for 3 years at rupees 10,000. So insurance policy, these are the accounts you have to provide. So insurance policy amount account data to premium for insurance policy 3,150 they have given in the question, and every year they'll be transferring. At the end of the year, the amount will be 10,000 minus your balance what you have. So the balance 550 rupees is the amount transferred to for profit received due to depreciation. So every journal will be posted into two accounts. So these are the accounts you have to provide. So machinery account data to bank, the asset what you bought is 10,000 plus 1,000. So the next one is revaluation. So revaluation method is used for loose tools and livestock. So loose tools, again, it should be valued and depreciated for again buying it for usage in the next coming period. So if they have had a loose tools worth of 5,000 and during the year it purchased new tools. So totally they had 7,000 rupees. So 7,000 rupees and total of 7,000 rupees, and it was found that at the end of the year it was valued at 5,000, 5,500. Then the depreciation amount will be 1,500. So this is the amount what you get in revaluation method. So revaluation method you will be charging again. It will be used for loose tools and by livestock. Then the next one is depletion method. This is the most suitable method for mines. So how will you calculate the depreciation from mines? Is you will take your number of there is quantity of mines extracted. The cost of the mine divided by the quantity of mines extracted will give you the value of depreciation. They have given you an example. So 10 lakhs worth of the cost of the mine and 8 lakhs is the quantity you have extracted, and the depreciation is to be charged at 1.25 per ton. So it is 30,000 rupees into 1.25. That is rupees 1.25 per ton. So you will be getting a depreciation is 37,500. So number of tons it will be changing from one year to the other year, but it will be multiplied with 1 rupee 25 pice for every ton they are extracting. The next one is machine hour rate. So this can be used for machine, and when the lifetime is calculated in terms of hours. So when you know only the lifetime in terms of hours, you can use machine hour rate. So the calculation is hourly rate of depreciation is the cost of the machine divided by your useful hours. So cost of the machine minus scrap value, 62,000 is cost, scrap is 2,000, and divided by the number of hours is 30,000. So per hour your depreciation rate is 2 rupees. So how many hours you are extracting every, you are using every year, that will be multiplied with 2 rupees so that you will get depreciation. So how many hours you are using? So 1,500 hours into 2 rupees, or 1,000 hours into 2 rupees will give you the depreciation for year wise. And depreciation of an asset purchased in the course of the year. So addition, normally when you are adding your depreciation, it is from the period of using. For example, if you are buying assets in the month of July, I might be charging depreciation only for 6 months from July to December. Or if it is bought in the month of October, it is charging only with a period of 3 months from October, that is October, November, and December. Again, if it is bought on 31st October, it will be using only for 2 months. So 2 months depreciation will be charged. So whenever some companies will be changing the method of depreciation, either it is from written down to straight line or straight line to written down. So change in the method might be of two types, with retrospective and without retrospective. So first one is it is from the current period. So whenever you have decided, only from that period will be changing. And second one is from the back date, whenever it is bought, with retrospective is from the date of purchasing. From the date itself, you will change your depreciation and adjust your depreciation amount into your profit and loss account. So what are the depreciation of different assets? So goodwill, freehold land, buildings, leasehold buildings, and loose tools, patent, trademark, mines. All these are the various forms of charging depreciation. So depreciation policy is you should select appropriate method, right method for the right machine, and it should be properly continued without making any adjustments. And whenever you are making your depreciation account, it is according to the international standards, and standard was levied from the year 1976. So appropriate method should be selected, and the useful life of the depreciable assets should be estimated properly. And the useful life of depreciable assets or classes of depreciable should be reviewed periodically, and it should be according to the international accounting standards. So all these things comes under IAS. Then what is provisions and reserves? What is a provision? Provision is a particular amount what you keep aside. So usually it is an amount, any amount written off or retained. So you keep an amount for a particular thing and anticipating that something might happen in the coming future. So provision for depreciation or provision for doubtful debts, that is always carried out in an organization. Then the next one is reserve. The reserve is the keeping an amount out of the profit what you have earned. So profits retained in business, and it is not a provision, it is out of the reserve profit. Anything it is retained, it will be reserve. And when you are taking reserve fund, there are three types of reserve: revenue reserve, then capital reserve, and the third one is secret reserve. The revenue reserve can be divided into two. Are you all following? Please know if you have any doubt, you can note it down. uh, because of time constraint, I have to go fast. So specific reserve, if you know the specific person, it is specific. It is for a common purpose. It is general reserve. I told you what is a reserve. Reserve is nothing but an amount what you retain out of the profit. Capital reserves is any amount retained out of capital profit, like out of profit on sale or premium issued on debentures or shares. If you keep an amount out of these things, it is called as capital reserve. And secret reserve is anything which is not identifiable, but any amount what you keep as an asset that will not be appearing in the balance sheet, but a certain amount will be kept aside. So that is secret reserve. Undisclosed reserve, reserve will be always maintained, but that will not be identifiable. So it will not be known, and you cannot find out whether undisclosed disclosed reserve is maintained in an organization. So that sometimes company needs to maintain undisclosed reserve. So these are the other examples they have given you for uh, all the types, like depletion method, insurance policy method, sinking fund method. If you go through all the answers with the question and work out also the answers what is given as an exercise. Any doubt up to this? You have any doubt, you can ask. Depreciation, all these methods are very important. You should know how to maintain the machinery account. So I'll move on to the next topic. Income and expenditure account. Who will prepare income and expenditure account? Anyone? So I'll move on to the next one. So revenue and payment, and then income and expenditure. That is what the next topic. So receipts and payments. Receipts and payments, it's a real account. It will be the other form of cash book. So who will be dealing with receipts and payments and income and expenditure is non-trading organizations. So trading organization will prepare trading and profit and loss account and balance sheet, but non-trading organization, they will not prepare trading and profit and loss account, but they will be preparing revenue and payment account and income and expenditure account. So it is the other form of cash book. So receipts and payments and In receipts and payments, it as I said, it is a cash book. So if you look into this, this is a question given for a club. It is a non-trading organization. So prepare receipts and payments account. So what they have given is cash, all these things given. So receipts and payments, it appears as a cash book. The debit side, you will include all the receipts. Credit side, you will include all the payments. So it is a cash book, not an income and expenditure account. So you will include everything like a balance sheet. So start with opening balance of cash and cash at bank or add all the receipts. That is உங்களுக்கு வர வேண்டிய எல்லா இன்கமுமே நம்ம வந்து you will be debiting it on the debit side and credit all the payments on the credit side, and whatever the balance you get, that will be the closing balance. So closing balance, if you look into this question, closing cash balance was given 400 in the above line. Same 400 balance 13,100 will be the closing balance of bank. So if you balance your debit and credit side, broadly you're getting a balance of 13,500 minus your 400. So closing the balance of cash is 400 and bank is 13,100. Any doubt in this? It I said cash account is a real account. A receipts and payments account is just like a cash book. You will find out what is the cash balance. So whatever is given in the question, only that is posted into your receipts and payments account and nothing else is added. So receipts and payments account is just prepared as you prepare a cash book. Then the next one is income and expenditure account. So it is just like a profit and loss account and it is a nominal account in nature, but receipts and payments account is real account in nature. So real account, nominal account and personal account, you all know what is it and what are the rules of these three accounts. So income account, income and expenditure is a revenue account nature and it is considered equivalent to profit and loss account. And it is normally when you prepare your income and expenditure account, these are the four things you have to consider: entrance fees, subscriptions, life membership, and donations as revenue. So what is entrance fees for a club? You will be collecting entrance fees. So entrance fees, if it is a non-recurring nature, you have to consider whether it is recurring and it is a non-recurring nature. Depending upon that, you will be treating it. So in which the case it is if it is a non-recurring nature, it will be added with capital fund and not added with the income and expenditure. If it is a recurring nature, always it happens, then you can add it with your income and expenditure account. The second one is subscriptions. So when you are running a magazine or newspaper, or if you are collecting subscribers fees, so they'll be paying subscriptions and it is a source of income of a non-trading concern. So what you will do in subscription is it records only subscriptions which relating to the accounting period. So like you do in profit and loss account, it considers only to the particular accounting period, whether it is received or not, it will be uh, considered in your income and expenditure account. It is an income. And life membership you will collect only once. So it should be added with your capital fund. Lifetime membership fees, it is added to your capital fund. And the next one is donations. The donations, amount of donation received by a non-trading institution may be treated as either an income or may be capitalized and taken, whether it is a specific donation or a general donation. So donation, if it is specific for a particular price or construction of a building, then such amount cannot be considered. Such donation cannot be used for any other purpose. So it should be taken only to the balance sheet. So a donation, if it is received for a general purpose, it can be taken, consider about, depending upon the amount, you can consider whether it is to be shown in your liabilities or in your income. If it is a very great amount or large amount, it is in balance sheet. If it is a nominal amount, it will be in income and expenditure account. So these are the four forms of incomes you will receive: donation, there is life membership, subscriptions, and entrance fees. So look into this question. Yeah, they're prepared, asked to prepare income and expenditure account. It, as I said, income and expenditure account is just like preparing a profit and loss account. So you will be preparing profit and loss account in the form of income and expenditure account. It is an account which is prepared for a non-trading organization. So they have shown only the expenditure on the debit side and income on the credit side, and the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the other things all in the balance sheet. And the So as usual, whatever comes in the balance sheet, it will be shown in the balance sheet. So that is what the difference. So I want to repeat here, receipts and payments will be in real account in nature. Income and expenditure account will be in profit, that is in nominal account in nature. So debit the expenses, credit the income. That is what the accounts always does. And what is the difference between receipts and payments and income and expenditure account? So receipts, it is cash book. Income and expenditure is profit and loss account. So all those difference already I told you. Then some of the things, examples are given. From receipts and payments account, you have to open your income and expenditure account and balance sheet. So receipts and payments will be carried out as real account, and income and expenditure will be carried out as nominal account. So next, I'll move on to the next topic. Any doubts, Aravind? Okay, next topic, consignment account. So this unit we will discuss about consignment and joint venture. What is consignment? Okay, consignment account is, see, you cannot reach your consumers always. You cannot go to the consumer's place, so you will be having an intermediary. There is intermediary is a middleman who will be selling products on behalf of you. So you'll have two parties, consignor and consignee. Consignor will be the owner, and consignee is the person who's taking up the responsibility of selling the products on behalf of you. So on consignment, that is when you are entering into a contract, the consignee will be paid a nominal amount for taking the risk, but he will not become the owner. Ownership only will be with you, but he will be taking up the responsibility of selling the goods on behalf of you. That is what is consignment called. So consignment is not a sale, it is a mere transfer. So consignee sells goods at the risk of the consignor, and he is not responsible for any loss. So he is only the middleman for making the product to be sold. When it is happening, when you are not able to reach your consumers or customers always. So he will be paid for the activities what he is doing, and that will be called as a commission, which is always a percentage on sales. So whatever the sales is doing, on that he'll be paid as a commission. So the consignment, when he goes consignor prepares a pro forma invoice. So what is the pro forma invoice? Is detailed about the product, what it is sent on consignment. Nature of product, nature of items, weight, measurement, price, and what are the markings you have in the product. Everything will be prepared as an invoice form. It is not a regular invoice. It is only a pro forma invoice. It is a sample invoice. So what are the accounts you prepare in a consignment is consignor book. In consignor's books, you will have consignment account, goods sent on consignment, consignee's personal account, and consignment stock account and consignment stock reserve account. So consignment account, what are the goods sent? So these are the various account. Consignment is a nominal account. Consignee's account is personal. Goods sent on consignment is real account. And order all the other things you will be doing with relating to pricing of goods. So what are the ways in which you can price your goods is either at cost or at invoice price. So if the pro forma is prepared with the price, if the goods costing 10,000 are purchased by A and 80% of such goods are sent by him, so the pro forma invoice will show only the value of 8,000, not 10,000. So at cost. So these are the various points you have to know. So what are the entries to be recorded? So on dispatch, consignment account data to goods sent on consignment. And again, if it is excess, invoice price is excess over the cost. The reverse entry has to be passed. And when the expenses are bad by the consigner, so every transaction, what are the journals you have to write, it's given. And the account valuation of unsold stock. So how you value the unsold stock is it becomes necessary to value the unsold stock. So that is similar to the closing stock in trading account. This should be valued at a price which include proportionate cost price or proportionate direct expenses. So proportionate direct expenses incurred by both the consigner and the consignee. So that is always needed. So when you are carrying out your activities, you have to value your unsold stock. So take this example. A consign, there is Kumar consigns 100 bicycles to Suresh. Each cycle costs 800, and he pays rupees the following expenses. So at the end of the year, 25 bicycles remained. And how many bicycles he is sending? He is sending 100 bicycles, and 25 bicycles have been left out, and market value of each bicycle is 850. So value of unsold stock. So what is the cost you have charging is 800 rupees. How did you get 800 rupees is they have given you each the bicycle cost 800 rupees. So 800 into 25, and it is proportionate method. So one fourth 800 into 25, it will be 25,000, that is 20,000, and one fourth of direct expenses. So 25 is not sold out of 100. So for every expenses, you will calculate one fourth. What is the freight cost? Freight is 1,000 into 1 by 4 is 250. So every expenses you will multiply with 1 by 4 and get the expenses, reduce all the there is balance. Your 3/4 will go to the other 75 bicycles. So freight, insurance, carriage, customs duty, dog duties, everything you have to charge for this 25 bicycles. So 20,000 plus the cost what you have incurred if it is not sold. So 21,100, and market value of stock is 850. So 21,100 market value of each stock. There is value of your bicycles not sold is 20. There is you have to find out value of unsold stock is 21,100. And when there is a loss, normal loss consignment during transit, some loss might be expected. So when you are getting a loss, how to calculate value of closing stock is total value of goods sent into units of closing stock divided by units actually received by the consignee. So during transit, if anything is lost, it is not the responsible of the consignee, it is the responsible of the consigner. So consigner is a person who's sending the goods, and consignee is a person who's receiving the goods. So consignee will not be paid any salary, he will be paid a commission depending upon the number of units what he is selling. So consignment consigned 2,000 tons of coal, and he paid 2,000 as 20,000 as freight. Normal wastage is 9,000, that is 1,950 tons were received, and he also paid 5,000 as unloading and cartage charges. The goods unsold is 650 tons. You are required to calculate value of unsold stock. So 2,000 into 50 rupees, 2,000 tons totally. Totally 2,000 tons into 50 rupees, that is 1 lakh rupees. Freight paid by the consignor is 20,000, and unloading it is 5,000 rupees, it is already paid. So totally it is 1 lakh 25,000. 1 lakh 25,000 if it is for 2,000 tons. How much for 1,950 tons? So 2,000 tons, 1 lakh 25,000. So how much for 950 tons? And for one ton of unsold stock, it is 650. That is goods unsold amount to 650 tons. So 1 lakh 25,000 into 650 divided by 1,950. That is normal loss. And abnormal loss is unexpected loss that you have to calculate the charges. So in this illustration, they have given you a consigned A consigned to B 100 cases of tea costing 100 rupees per case. He paid rupees 1,000 as freight and cartage. We could take delivery only 90 cases, but he has sent 100 cases, and the 100, there is 10 cases were lost in transit. He paid 2000 rupees as unloading charges, and at the end of the year, he reported that he sold away 80 cases at rupees 150 per case. You are required to calculate the value of abnormal loss and value of closing stock. So, how many cases actually you have sent is 100. So, 100 cases into 100 rupees 10,000. And what is the direct expenses the consigner already has spent is 1000 rupees. So incurred by the consigner is 1000. So totally the cost is 11,000, and 11,000 is the total cost of 100 cases. But he has lost 10 cases in transit, only received 90 cases. So 90 cases, he has lost 10. So for 100, if it is 11,000, how much for 10 cases? The value of abnormal loss is 1100. So value of closing stock, totally it is 11,000. So for 10 cases, it is 1100, and the cost of 10 cases will be proportionate expenses. So for 2000 rupees is the expenses for um, so he paid 2000 rupees as loading and unloading carriage charges. So 2000 rupees into 10 divided by 90. So what is the proportionate expenses for that 10? For 90, we paid 2000. How much is 10? So 10 into 2000 divided by 90 is 222. So total value of closing stock is 1322. So what are the books in which the consignee's account? There is consignee's books. What are the accounts we will be preparing? Again, the same transaction, but what are the books he will be preparing is he has to prepare commission account in the bills bank account and bills payable account. So why? Because he has to keep a record how much is due. So that is what we have to take care of in consignment account. Then some of the questions are given. So work out and see abnormal loss, normal loss, value of closing stock, all those things. The next one is joint venture. What is joint venture? Joining together for completion of a venture. Once that venture is over, then they can split off, or if they want, they can continue with other activities also. So it is association of two or more person for a short while. That's what I said. Joining for a venture and splitting into two different companies after the venture is over. And in the course of action, they will be considered as a partnership. So for accounting transaction, joint venture must be distinguished by joint ownership. So what is the difference between joint venture and consignment? So the consignment relationship is between the consignee and the consignor is principal and the agent. Agent is the consignee. And the parties of joint venture, they may be even more than two. One or two, it's not there. They may be even two or more of equal status. There is no agency and all in joint venture. So each venture, each co-venture is principal as well as agent. So everyone is principal, everyone is agent. That is what the speciality in your joint venture. So when the venture is over, they can split into two different organizations. So accounting record, maintenance of accounting books usually rests with the magnitude of the operations. If it is not a large scale, a separate set of books is open. Otherwise, they have to prepare partly records for accounts. So separate books, they have to prepare joint bank account, personal account of each co-venture and joint venture. So first, what is the amount they are investing? The joint bank account data to ventures personal account for investing amount into the joint venture. And if you are any purchasing, it will be joint venture account data to bank account. Joint bank, everywhere you will have joint bank account. Then on purchasing on credit, it will be creditors account data to venture personal account. And any expenses, joint venture to joint bank account. If it is on credit, expense creditors to venture personal account. So these are the various journals you have to write for joint venture. So separate joint venture account. So this is an example. If you look into the account, separate joint venture account. There is joint bank. Depending upon the journal, you have to write. There is prepare your ledger based upon a journal for your expenses or investing amount. So when they have invested amount, joint bank account data to co-venture account. And when you are buying anything, joint venture account data to joint bank account. So this is how the entry. So based upon the journals, what we have seen here, these journals are to be posted after writing journals into the books of account. So separate account depending upon the amount what you have invested in joint venture. So work out the problems and see whether you are able to understand. So I the journal, write the journal for every transaction and then post into the ledger. Then some extra examples, workout problems is given. You can work out those things and see. Then we'll move on to the next one is branch account. So branch, when you have more number of branches, head offices and branches. So you have to prepare accounts relating to the branches also. So branch account is, what is the difference between department and branch? Both the things you are going to learn. So branches are instinctive divisions of their respective concern. The departments operate along with the head office in the same premises, but branches operate in different places, not along with the head office. One difference. And the head office is a constant touch with the departments. It closely supervises and controls departments. But in case of branches, it is far away. So control is not immediately possible in branches. So functional division is a must for existence for departments. So those functional divisions, it is not a must for branches. Usually each branch will be given a branch manager. He will be taking care of every activities what the branch does. So what are the various types of branches? So the types of branches will be no single system of branch accounting would suit each of the various types of branches. So each and every aspect is different. So branch that receives goods only from the head office, sells only for cash or sells only for credit. So there are various types of branches depending upon the activities they are going to take. So accounts of various types of branches. Branches selling only for cash. So branches selling only for cash is not required to maintain any account books. Then branches, when they are selling only for cash, they have to write these journal when goods are sent. Branch account data to goods sent to branch. When cash is sent to branch, branch account data to cash. Received cash means cash account data to branch. Again, journal. For every transaction, write the journal and then post into the ledger. So this is an example. It's only for cash. Pondicherry Paper Limited invoices goods to Mahe branch at cost. All the expenses are paid direct from the head office except petty cash, which are paid by the branch manager. So branch is advised to sell for cash only, and all these things are given. So cash, this is only at cash. Stock, then petty cash, all those things you have to prepare Mahe branch account. So Mahe branch account, look into this first one, stock. So all the assets what you have in the branches will be debited. So two, opening balance of stock, that is stock 2,100, petty cash, furniture, goods supply, whatever you have in hand is already given in the question. Post into on the credit side, and if it is on cash, what are all the expenses you have incurred in cash, that is given as salaries, advertisement, rent, all those things is already debited. Then on the credit side, if anything returned to the head office, goods returned back to head office is 300, and sold for cash is 15,250. Then what are the balance of stock? What you have is a closing balance that is given 1,950, 230, 30. That is given on the credit side. Now find out the balance that is on the debit side. Balance transfer to profit and loss account is 5,100. So start with your branch account. What is the opening balance of asset you have and closing balance of asset you have on the credit side, closed balance. Then anything sold for cash credited. Anything returned to head office goes out also credited. And what are the expenses incurred for the current period is debited into the branch account, and balance what you get will be either profit or loss. Profit will be on the debit side, loss will be on the credit side. Then branches selling both for cash and credit. So how that account appears? The previous illustration we saw only for cash. So this is one for credit for both. So when a branches sells goods on both the things, what is the uh, what is the way in which you prepare an account? So both credit and cash will be considered here. Then the question it goes like the answer like this. So again, opening balance of assets, closing balance of assets, so true balance brought down, buy balance carried down. When you look into on the credit side, it shows both the sales, that is cash sales in the question is 10,500 and credit sales is 1,57,740. Previous question it showed only cash. So both cash and credit both will be considered here in the second method. Cash sales is 10,500 and credit sales is 1,57,000. So total cash received by both the sales is 1,68,250. Then goods sent to branch should be debited. If it is sent to head office, it should be credited, but there is no amount here. So what are the expenses incurred? Salary, rent, petty cash, all those things. So whatever the balance you get is 30,760 is the closing balance of profit. That is the balancing figure. So this is what you have to do when you are going to sell both on cash or credit in the branches. So goods invoiced at selling price or at inflated price. So some firms choose to invoice goods to its branches at selling price, and some this purpose is there is a fixed selling price for all the branches. And we shall see this that is selling price. So entries relating to goods fixed at selling prices, branch account data to goods sent to branch account data for receiving cash, then cash to branch account. So when there is value of stock at the branch, it is closing balance, branch stock account data to branch account. So this is journalized entries to be made in the head office. So Dinesh and Co. opened in 1993 a branch at Goa. It invoiced goods to the branch at cost plus 20. That is selling price. It is 125. Information about 1993 and 94 is given. So you have to pass on the journal. So 50,000 rupees goods sent to branch. So journal entries in the books of head office. So Goa branch account data, it is goods sent to branches 50,000 and cash received for cash remitting. So same journal for cash for selling goods, all those journals you have to pass and then post into the ledger account. So these are the other exercise illustrations and exercise given. You can work out. Next is departmental accounting. Because what is departments is you will have control. Department is division under the same branch. You will not have in different places, but in the same place you will have different divisions, different departments. So what are the accounting transactions you have to do for departments? So departmental accounts is department will be dealing with different types of goods under the same roof. It might be having so many variety of products under the same roof. So how to control accounts of departments? So it enables for the comparison between one department, which department is working properly, which department is earning properly. All those things will be carried out in departmental accounts. The maintenance of column subsidiary books. So you will have columns for each department. If five departments are there, five columns will be there. So this is what the purchases book shows. Their date, particulars, ledger folio, and as many departments as you have. And the principals department, that is what is the principle of maintaining departmental trading and profit and loss account is to know which department is earning more, which department is incurring a loss. And it has the main form of preparing your departmental list. You can prepare various books, purchase subsidiary books will be prepared, and departmentalization of expenses. So expenses incurred specially for a particular department should be directly charged. Otherwise, if the salaries is paid, it will be paid to the respective departments. If there is separate electricity bill, you can pay it separately. But if it is a common, it should be charged according to the basis of electricity bill received. So these are the various expenses and accounting treatment we require. So this is one problem. A company garage has three departments: car, two-wheeler, and servicing. The former two sell spare parts and occupy a godown, and servicing department uses only the garage and adjoining site. So these are the various expenses given and how to treat the particular expenses into the departmental trading and profit and loss account. So divide your department. So this particular problem has got three departments: car, two-wheelers, and servicing. So opening stock, if it is given department-wise, charge directly. For example, here opening stock they have given you here opening stock 1 lakh for car, 2 lakhs 27,500 for two-wheeler. Purchase when it is given directly, charge directly to it. Sales is also given for three departments, wages given for two departments. Then wages of garage labor. Garage will be in the third department, so it will be directly divided. But if it is in office, there is office salaries and wages. How it is charged with office salaries and wages. So office salaries and wages, it is general. So it will be transferred to the general profit and loss account. So in departmental salaries and wages, they will not show here. So it will be transferred to the next account. So whatever it is given under the heading, charge it to the particular department. Then find out what is the total profit. Total profit you are getting 1,85,500. That is transferred to the next general profit and loss account. So profit what you got in branch profit and loss account will be transferred. So that is 1,85,500, 1,58,500, 52,600. Add all these. Then whatever expenses given for all the three departments together, all those things will be posted in general profit and loss account on the debit side. Then find out the total profit balance of 3,40,650 is a balance profit, net profit you get in the general profit and loss account and transfer to the balance sheet. So normal balance sheet assets and liabilities on both the sides. Then find out what is the total of your balance sheet. So 5,71,000. So here common together all the three departments balance sheet will be prepared. Balance sheet will be prepared for a company. It will not show department wise. So in department, divide into columns of various departments you have. Charge your expenses when it is divided and given for department wise. If it is not given, then transfer to the general profit and loss account. Add all the profit what you got in the specific departments. Then minus all your general expenditure. Balance will be your net profit earned by the company. The other problem, interdepartment transfer, you can transfer like this. There is within the department if you are transferring. So this question has got interdepartment transfer. If you see the second line, transfer. So department in department A transferred to department B is 50 and department B transferred to department A is 42. So both the sides it happens. A gives to B is 50 and on the credit side 50 appears in B and B gives 42 uh, to A. So that appears on the credit side in the department of A. So interdepartment transfer is also allowed. You can transfer your amount. There is any goods between two departments or any stock. So that should also be adjusted in interdepartment transfer. So what is the difference between branch accounts and department account? Branch account will be prepared for branches which is having their own branches in various places, but department is under the same roof. They are having various departments under the same roof. Okay. Any doubts?
மேம் எனக்கு ஃபைனல் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ்ல டவுட் இருக்கு.
Okay. So as next, I'll give my number, or I will send my mail ID. Otherwise, you give me your number. No, don't give. Um, I'll give my mail ID. You just message. One more class we have. We will discuss everything, and I will also tell you from examination point of view. When is your exams?
December 26.
December. So you have lot of time. Workout problems. Exercise problems நிறைய work out பண்ணி பாருங்க. You can note down my mail ID. You can send mail. Okay. Look into the illustration. Then based upon that, work out. I thought of working out problem, but it is not possible in 5 hours to work out all the problems. Is it right? If you have any doubts, note it down, and you can send the doubts in mail, or otherwise wait till the next class. Okay, I'll wind up now. We'll meet in the next class. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Are you able to listen my voice?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, very good morning. Okay, so this day we are going to be conduct our unit 3. So unit already we completed the unit 2 and unit 1. So especially that we already did what is the meaning of organizing. Then we already completed what do you understand the characteristics of organizations. Now we are going to be talk about principles of organizations. So if I'm talk about the principles, we have the different principles which is concerned. The first one is the unity of objectives. The unity of objectives, what is that? See, organizations, the different kind of the peoples, all the peoples have unity objectives. Every organization, the different goals which is concerned the organizational goals. So the different form of individual objectives which is taking to make a proper output of organizational objectives, that be concerned as unity of objectives. So all the peoples will have the clear directions of their organizational objectives. The second point, division of work and specialization. What is that division of work and specialization? See, the people who are very clearly to divide the work. So the people who are some of the organizations who have the vague idea, the vague informations, the vague of nature of job. So the people who doesn't have the clarity idea of what the exact role that the people have to be completed. So very clearly, when I'm talk about many researchers who are very clearly to instructor that if you do the division of work, which is very clearly to understand what is the exact role of the people or the employees. So they are when we are dividing the work, very clarity what their responsibility, where the mistakes are happen, who are not done properly of their work, very clearly to identify. So that is what, not only that, here very clearly to understandable specialization. So the people who are dividing the work, who may concern to practices of the particular work which is very much specialized. What I'm trying to say here, so when we are taking to practices of the repeated job, that we are specialized in that particular job. That is what the organization, the people who are dividing and given the point or given the opportunity in that particular work, we are getting the more expert. So then the span of supervisions. They think of span of supervisions. So we are dividing the supervision. Span of supervision means the people who have very clearly to structurize, the people who have to supervise in a proper way. So very close up. So that jumping of another to another. So very close up of supervision control, which is helpful to giving a proper direction of their work. Then chain of command. Command, which means the command should be in a proper hierarchical structures. So chain of command, which means in organization we have organization structures. In that organizational structures, the command should be passed in every stages. So there is no any kind of distractions in between the commands between the people from the higher authority to the lower authority. So far, the organization structures very clearly to identify and what our concern the chain of command which is transferred from the higher to the lower. The unity of command, always the command should be very unique. So if multiple commands, it's quietly to confuse of an employee. So quietly to confuse in the sense of the people who are given some instructions, the another boss who are given some instructions, the subordinates is quietly to confuse which instruction that we have to be followed. So in that concern, the unity of command which is always be giving a proper direction with the smooth manner to achieving of organizational goals. So the principles of exemptions, which means what? So the exemptions, which means the people who have to know which we have important, which is not important, which we have give a first priority, which is not give a second priority. So that very clearly to instructor, and they have go ahead with their own wish. So all the times we are no need to asking the questions from the subordinate or asking the permission from the subordinate. So what we know, what we are accepted, and on going of our wishes, we have to be completed the entire working process. So this is what the principles of an organizations, even unity of directions and clear definition of authority and responsibility. The next topic of unit 4 is authority and responsibility. We are going to see in that concern, right? Come to the point about formal organizations. What do you think about formal organizations? See, here the organization structures which is two-way. One is formal and another one is informal. So when I'm talking about formal organizations, it's very clear structure, well-defined jobs, well-defined hierarchical structures, well-defined the chain of commands, well-defined what the communications are properly to transfer from the particular each and every stages. That is what formal organizations are. So the formal organizations, which is very helpful for only for the large scale of an organizations or large scale of an industry, because the large number of people who are working means we have very clearly to understand how what the authority, what the responsibility, how that job role has to be enrolled in that concern, everything which is taking the part. So what I given the statement here, this is one feature refers to a structure of well-defined jobs, each bearing a measure of authority and responsibility. It is a concession determinations by which a people accomplish goals by adhering to the norms laid down by the structures. This kind of organizations is an arbitrary setup in which each person is responsible for his performance. Former organizations, right, as a former set up to achieve predetermined goals. So what I given the statement, so very clearly to given what I deliver of my earlier speaks regarding the former organization. So former organization, which means what? We are well structured, well clear the kind of structures from top level to the bottom level of peoples in organizations. Come to the point about informal organization. It's quietly the opposite of informal organizations. So informal, which is always given the priority to the personal and the social relationships. So they are very involved on their role by the way of personal and the social relationship. So informal organizations it's always maintaining or developing the better relationship activities in their form of shows likes and dislikes of feelings or emotions, whatever concern. So what I have given here, it refers to a network of a personal and social relationship with a spontaneous originator. So within a formal setup, informal organizations develop relationships which are built on likes, dislikes, feelings, emotions. Therefore, the network of social groups based on the relationships can be called as informal organization. Therefore, that there is no conscious effort made to have informal organizations. It emerged from the formal organizations and it is not based on any rules and regulations as in case of formal organizations. So what I given that has to be very uniquely to comes as a statement here, right? So the informal, which means they are giving the priority on the basis of what? The personal and the social relationship. This is what informal organizations. Oh, come to that very clearly to say when whenever that I'm talk about organizations, organization structure is one of the very important part. What it is, the outline, it is very clearly to structurize where the people who are, what's their position, what's their authority and responsibility, where it is, where the people who are belongs, which department he is, everything very clearly understandable. Even the relationship between the persons from the particular position to the particular position, everything are very clearly to structure as in organization structures. So it's concerned as an outline or blueprint of organization, overall organization relationships. That is what. So what I'm trying to say as a statement, an organization structure is a framework that allows a particular space of for a particular department or an individual and shows its relationship to the others. So, an organization structure shows the authority and responsibility relationships between the various positions in the organizations by showing who reports to whom. It is an established pattern of relationship among the components of organizations, right? So, this is what very clearly to given of organization structures. So, one by one, we are going to be discussed very closely to discuss on very deeply to discuss about organization structures, that is forms of organization. So we have different form of organization. There's a very important question, my dear students, kindly to note it out or notice that one. Very important forms of organization structures. So what do you think about form of organization? Now that I have given here the 7 forms of organizations. So the organization structures which is connector, which is create a different form of work, right? So what is that? The one is line organization, functional organization, line and staff organization, then committee organization, project organization, matrix organizations, and free form organization. So this is the 7 type of forms of organizations which is framed the different based on their situation, based on their nature of the job, and based on the nature of products, everything which is concerned here, right? Based on the size of the organization. So based on that, we are creating the forms of organizational structures, right? So the first point is 1 minute, 1 minute. Line organizations. See, what do you think about what do you understand about this diagram from the line organizations? So in that line, we are very clearly to structurize the different form of the peoples from the different departments. So it has to be started from the general manager to the different manager, then down foreman and workman, supervisor, foreman in the sense of supervisors. So like here, very clearly line up of their organization structures, that is concerned line organizations. You understand? So here the people who are very clearly to make make a proper relationship between the different positions. So the general manager who are very close taking of relationship with the marketing manager, a production manager, and finance manager. So the production manager which is very connected with the foreman or supervisors, like the people are very clearly to line of their structures, line of their roles and responsibilities transferred, everything are very clearly to line up in this concern. This is the part of an examples which is given the diagram what you are to be see it here, right? Then second one is functional organizations. What is that functional organization? Function. So the organization should be functionalized. The organization should be functionalized in the sense of every department who have functioning in the different part of work. So particularly R&D department who are designing the giving the designing of their job and development testing, right? Different functions. So the finance manager who have the different functions, which means what? Sorry, accounting, purchasing, finance, budgeting, etc., etc. So this is what the finance manager's role. So each and every department are different peoples of the managers who have the different role of their functionality, which is concerned as a functional organizations. My dear students, do you have any doubt? Do you want to ask any questions? What I earlier to teach? Any question, my dear student? Um,
No, sir.
okay, very good. Thank you. So, line and staff organizations. So, it is concerned as the mingled of or the together of line and staff. Line we already know, staff which is included. Staff which means a personal assistant. Right. See, any additional activities who are involved in the particular people with the particular people which is concerned as a personal assistant, that is concerned as a staff organizations. See, here the dot lineup, which is concerned what staff organizations, because they are taking an additional responsibility who have to be fulfilled of their job and for maybe personal assistance in the sense of managing director between the other departments, right? So the again the plant superintendent. So under them at the dot lineup, which is concerned quality control inspector, repairs and maintenance officer. So we have the different assistant people who are additionally to work for the particular concern that is concerned as a staff organization. Already we are very clearly to know about line organization, because line organizations are well structured very traditionally to down of their authority and responsibility, right? What they are following of under their structures. But staff organizations, any one of the concerns which is comes as a personal assistant or any kind of PA, something like as to becomes, right? Okay, committee organization. See here, I'm very clearly to given my diagram. Committee, which means the people who are created some form of committee. If suppose budget committee, which means the people who are preparing the budgetary activities. If I say about personnel committee, here the personnel committee members who have properly evaluated and analyzed the level of recruitment, the level of demand, the level of supply of personnel. So all those things are very clearly to given in this concern, that is we call as committee. So committee is a form of the people all together to discuss about the particular activities. That is what committee. Here I given some of the committees like finance committee, then purchase committee. In this side, purchase committee as well as the executive committees. Okay, the next one is project organizations, right? So what do you think about project organizations? They are taking apart different part of projects. Maybe here I given manager, project division 1, project division 2, project division 3, like project based. See, once they have completed the project, again they are start of new setup of companies or new setup of work. So here, once they are did what they are concerned as an objectives, then they are moving to the next level of their job, that is concerned as managing director. And a managing director manage a project division 1, manager project division 2. So in this basis, the people in this basis, what I said, yeah. So project, which means the people who are concerned, the different kind of the project which is received from the different clients. So once I completed the project, then I can move to the next project which is concerned. So here we have the different form of an analyzers, engineering, R&D managers, accounts officer, personnel. So in the entire collapse of activities which is concerned of the particular project itself. Then matrix organizations. See here, what you understand about matrix organizations. So if it's production, all the people who have concern to involve. If it's personal, all the people who are coming to interacted with the different form of department. So here, the matrix organizations, the different department, the different nature of jobs, which is quietly to interacted and maintaining the relationship. So the authorized or the communications or the relationship should be very clearly to make a proper broad. So that is what matrix organizations. Free form organizations. Okay. See, free form organizations. A free form organization is close related to project and matrix organizations. It is also called as organic, naturalistics, or ADCO form of organizations. So it is based on the logic that the organizations is an open system, and the basic task of managers is ensure and facilitate change in the organizations, which requires flexibility and adaptability. So free form of organizations, the people who have close related with the project and the matrix, right? So in this free form of organizations, they are getting sometimes to complete of the particular project works, right? So here, which is very involved in the case of organic and the logis naturalistics, which is highly involved in these cases of free form organizations, right? So this is what the forms of organizations. Okay. Then line and staff. Line and staff conflicts, right? Line and staff conflicts. What do you think about line and staff conflicts? See, sometimes there is the problem or there is a misunderstanding between the line and the staff conflicts, right? So sometimes the people, the particular manager who are not much coordinated with the PA, personal assistants, so that maybe conflicts are created. Then the result as what, the organization output should not be the better quality. So all the times they are trying to avoid this kind of the activities or the conflicts between the line and the staff, because already we are well structured about the line conflicts, line organization staff, which is additionally to add and giving some assistance regarding a job, something like as to becomes. So when the staff conflicts which is created when the upset of line, right? So this is what line and staff conflicts. Any doubt, my dear student? This is the time to ask you a question regarding what I given very earlier, right? Different forms of organizations or whatever it may be. Any doubt, I can explain you now, please. Shall I go to the next, my dear? Shall I, my dear student?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, everything is clear, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So then, 1 minute. Okay, come to the point. See, once I completed this unit 3, then I can send it to my unit 3 PPT to your WhatsApp. Don't worry about that, right? So come to the point. Okay. Mm, then organizational chart, right? What do you understand about organizational chart? Chart, which means what? A diagram. Something we have to be draw and show it something information informatively, right? That is what the chart. So here the organization chart, which is a diagram showing graphically the relationship between the different form of the peoples, different activities. So organization chart, it has to be charted the entire whole organization, which is started from the CEO to the down of employee. How many of them who are next level of CEO, how many of them who are next level of general manager or director, something, each and every part of the stages, the people who are very clearly to understandable on through the diagrammatic way, that is we concerned as a chart, right? So organization chart, it's is a diagram showing graphically, yeah, the relationship or relation of one official to another or others of a common. It is also used to show the relations of one department to another. See, others are of one functions of an organizations to another, so are others. This chart is valuable. It in it what I said, that enables one to visualize a complete organizations by means of a picture it presents. So what Ash says, the picture as presence on the entire organizational structurized. So what's the relationship? What's the authority? What is the designation? What kind of the position he has to be hold? Everything very clearly to know in the help with the help of organization chart. The organization chart, which is more applicable or very standard applicable only for the large scale of an organization, not small scale of an organizations, which is that, right? So, okay, then okay. Here also we have the different types of organization, right? So what are the various types of organization? The first type is vertical chart. What do you think about vertical chart? See here that I can show one diagram. In this concern, what you understand about vertical chart? I said the vertical, which means from top to bottom. Am I right or wrong? From top to bottom. So here the authority and the responsibility and whatever the communications, everything which is formally to transfer from the top to bottom, right? So here the positions of the different peoples are very clearly to note it out or notice that. So the which position or the people who has to be given the instructions or the executive level, everything are very clearly to structureize when I'm talk about vertical chart. So vertical chart is always from started their hierarchical structures from the top to bottom of their story. So this is what vertical. Then come to that horizontal. What you understand about horizontal? Horizontal is always come to the flow of organizational communications or the structures, which is from the left to right, right? So left to right, their communication style should be different. The relationship pattern, which is comes left to right. So what I stated, the horizontal chart is also called a left to right chart, which show the highest. My dear students, can you please mute? Okay, thank you. left to right chart which shows the highest to lower level from left to right, maybe the horizontal to the horizontal, right? 1 minute. Okay. In a horizontal chart, the organizational levels to represented by vertical columns. So, whereas the flow of authority in represented by movements from left to right. What I said, when I'm talking about horizontal, always the command should be left to right, not right to left. This chart are occasionally used. Come to the part. This is the diagram for horizontal chart. What I say, so whatever the communication, whatever the organizational structures, the entire purpose which is moves from left to right. So even our authority and responsibility transfer from the person to person for left to right, not from the top to bottom. Even before that, we see the vertical which is transfer their communication, transfer the authority from the top to bottom, but horizontal from left to right. So this is what do you think about circular chart? Very familiar chart where which is closely to connected. It's a form of circular. It's a form of circular. So which is started in the center point of higher position to the lower position of each and every round circle, right? The first point, what I said here, board of directors, right? So the board of directors are the main people who are always occupied in the center point, because he is a person who have to be command, who have to be given of their opinion, who have to be controlled at the center of the places one by one of the lineup which is come up, which is concerned as each and every people. So the round circular, the authority should be not left to right or not top to bottom. It's only concerned as a round type of authority and responsibility has to be transferred. Okay, any doubt about this? My dear student, any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay, organization chart is very clear, right? What's the time now? 1 minute, I can check my time. Oh, 40. 1 minute. How many? How many? I'll check my. Okay. Oh, no, sorry. Okay. Organizational manual, right? Very shortly to say, what do you think about organizational manual? So generally, the organization manual, which is considered as a booklet, see, it has to be contain all the organizational informations, right? Whatever the content which is contained in that concern, because they are very clearly to given of their point organizational objectives. What's their vision mission? Who is uh, the higher position of the particular organization? So who is the owner? Who is the highest to supreme authority commands? So who is having the best or top level of responsibility? Who has control so periodically of these companies? So everything which is concerned about what organizational manual, which means what the people who pushing of organizational informations in that manual form, which is included whom objectives, then authority, responsibility, and others, so on. So here the manual organizations is always given of their dif- given of their opinion, so for the part of reader or the viewer very clearly to understand about what is organization, what kind of the structures we have, how it has to be formed, what type of the structures of which is framed in this organizational manual. Everything are very clearly to determine this concern, right? So the types of organizational manual, right? See, simple. 1 minute, my dear student. Okay. The types of organizational manual. What do you understand about organizational manual? So already I'm very clearly to given of my own opinion about organizational manual. So come to that first point, a company organizational manual. So in this concern, what the people are very clearly to provide. So the entire company structures, the entire setup of the companies. So very clearly to understand and given of the points, duties and responsibilities of the different departments. So it is completely to talk about a company. It is completely to talk about the organization structure. It is completely to talk about the workload of the people. So everything very clearly to given of their own manual. So the second point is policy manual. What is that policy manual? So very initially, the organizations who are frame some policies. The policies is always be a thinking and actions of those involved in decision making, right? So the third point, which is concerned organizational manual. So organizational manual, which means what the people have very clearly to know what the operational, right? Operational, which means the people who have know what kind of the operational activities which is taking to focus in their organization. So the operation, which means a procedure and standards and established methods. So how it is formed. So what kind of the figures where it has to be operated. So the next point is departmental, right? Departmental practice manual. So departmental practices. So the different peoples who are different department, how the different kind of the works, right? The different kind of the works, how they are all practices, what kind of the manual they are the people who have to be given, what kind of the manual that the people who have to be follow up, everything which is shows here. Then the rules and regulations. So organization manual, we have some rules. The organizations should be to understand what kind of the rules and the regulations which is followed existingly or newly. So this also involved in these cases, right? So it contains details and precise information about operating rules and employment regulations of an organizations, right? So this is also any doubt, right?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, departmentization. Departmentization means what? People who are divided basis of department: finance department, HR department, quality department, R&D department, etc., etc., production department, finance department, whatever it may be. Come to the point. So departmentization, right, is an integral part of an organizational process. The most important task in developing an organization's structures is the identification and grouping of activities. Departmentalization refers to the process of groups and activities. It is a means of dividing the image or the large and complex organizations into smaller and flexible administration units. The terms used to designate departments are results of departmentizations vary according to their nature of scope, right? So departmentization means which is divided the different form of organizations that is considered as a subgroup of organizations, right? Basis of department: function, product, territory, process, equipment, customer, number of time. I'm shortly to finish this point. So this is also very important, my dear students. Please note in yourself. So department by function. Function, which means what? The people, the organizations have the different form of functions, which means production. It's a function. Finance is also a function. So different functional works are the department which is divided the different form of functions. Functions, which means production, which is a producing of goods and services. Marketing, which means so developing of marketing strategies, how to promote it, where we are connected with the customers, everything which is concerned about what? About marketing. So personal, which means related of a personal people. So personal people, which means what the kind of the grievances that the personal who may expected, what kind of the salary you may happy. So all those things which is talked about here. So one of the examples, if I'm say about marketing, so promotion, sales, administrations and sales, something marketing, research and forms, right? 1 minute. Yeah, right. So maybe based on that they are differed. If I talk about the production is separate, different subgroups. Marketing is have the different subgroups. So this is what, based on the departmentalization, based on the divisions, based on the functions, the department has to be divided based on the functions, right? The second one is departmentization based on product. Product, which means the organization, they are sale or they are connected with the different product, which means television, it's another division. Washing machine, it's another division. Tape record or any home appliances is an another division, right? So the departmentization or divided the group on the basis of the product, right? Okay, departmentalization by territory. So it has to be territory, which means based on the location. Maybe Chennai location, Pondicherry location, maybe Bangalore location. So the different location, which means territory. So the department who are divided, maybe east to central, west to central, north to central, something like I given the uh, examples on the base of different form of diagrams, right? So departmentization by territory, which means based on the zone wise. Process, right? Process, which means we are started from the stage 1 to stage 5. You can't directly entering into the stage 3 or 4 or 5. So you are finished in a particular department, then it has to be transferred the goods from some other to the here, then here to somewhere, which is transfer from place to place, especially which is more applicable for the garments, which is more applicable for the manufacturing of the garments, right? So that is what the departmentizations based on the process. So different process are there. 1 minute. Customer divided, the organizations or the people who are dividing the customers in their different form. Someone who belongs to production manager. So based on the customer under the different employees who are there, right? From the different departments, right? Come to the point: production managers, finance managers, marketing manager, personnel managers. So here the production manager, which is go for the production related work. So right. So which is any customer who may come and asking regarding any production related, the production manager who are responsible. So if you go for the bank, even the different customers who are coming in the particular bank, because someone gold loan, someone who are depositors, someone who have withdrawn, someone who have what I said, maybe agricultural loan or industrial loan. So different people who have to be stay in the particular campus itself, that we call it as home, uh, departmentization by customers, right? Departmentalization by the number of time, right? Number of time, number and time, right? No need to. So I think so the 5 is okay. Again, span of management, what do you think about span of management? So there is a people or the supervisor who have the ideal number of subordinate, then only the supervisor or superior who are very effectively to control and getting the job from the subordinates. If the most number of subordinates, the supervisor or the superior who are not able to control or not effectively to work for their particular role and developments. So the span of management refers to the ideal number of subordinates who reported to and are supervised by one manager. Span of management, also known as span of control, span of supervision, refers to the number of subordinates, right? So here very close, very clearly to note it out, what ideal number of subordinate, that is the decent number of subordinate. If suppose 5 under me, I can effectively to work and effectively to modify of that 5 man number of subordinates. If they are given 20, how it is possible? So okay, 20. So 20 means a little quality of work differ. So if the mass number like 100 or 200, how I'm one of the person who may control over the people. So that is purely based on the ideal number of subordinates. That is what the researchers are very clearly to note it out, because of Henry Fayol are very clearly to given of the principles of management, that is the span of management. If they are effectively a span of management who have effective organization which is concerned, that is what span of management, right? Any doubt, my dear student? Any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay. Again, I have fourth hour classes. So 2 to 3, I think so. Okay. Again, we can be see it in our fourth hour, right? So how many minutes I don't know. So another classes is also there. Okay, another one point that I completed this. So this is the last slide of Unit 3. The factors affecting span of management. So ability of a superior, capacity of the subordinate nature of work, time availability of supervision, degree of planning. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Span of management. Okay. Factors, right? Factors affecting span of management. Okay. Ability of the superior, right? Ability of the superior. So when I'm talking the ability of superior, the superior have ability to control for their subordinate. That is a very important part. If they are not capability, they are not ability to instructor, they are not properly giving the guidelines to the subordinate, it's quietly affected for the span of management. Then the second one is capacity of the subordinate. Even the subordinate should be capable to receive the points, receive the information. Even the capable of the subordinate who have efficient to do of their, or the people who have getting of training from the private places or the organization places itself, because if they are inability to work of their organizations is quietly to make a proper loss or maybe mistakes of their production output, something has to be happened there. So of course the nature of work, what is the nature of work? One, yeah. So the nature of work, the span of management is also affected the nature of work. When the subordinate perform routine and similar functions that require less supervision, and span of management can be wider. But when the nature of work is complex and not identify the span as to be a narrow, so thus the different types of work requires different patterns of management which affects the span of management. So that is nature of work. We should be know what's our nature of work, time availability and for supervisions. So time availability is also one of the very important factor, because the top level managers have a less time to supervise, have a less time to assemble whatever they're planning under the organizational activities. So the last one is degree of planning. So generally the planning, which means what? Standing of their policies, like plans, policies, rules and procedures are clearly to define the span of management can be wide, because subordinates can uh, very easily to form or perform their work in a direct applying of standing plans, right? So more or less we completed the unit this. So next hour we are trying to finish the another unit. More or less we are trying to push it in our part. So any doubt for today classes, my dear students, you can be asked me now, or I can take to quit. My dear students, shall I quit?
Yes.
சார்
Yes madam.
உங்க உங்களை யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் வந்து மீட் பண்ண முடியுமா சார்?
Oh, yeah. The reason is
இல்லை சார், ஒரு ஸ்மால் டவுட்டு.
ஓகே. நீங்க எனக்கு வாட்ஸ்அப்லயே நீங்க கால் பண்ணுங்க, இல்ல மெசேஜ் பண்ணுங்க. வாட் யூ வாண்ட் யூ கேன் பி ஆஸ்க் மீ.
ஓகே சார்.
ஓகேங்களா? So because I'm out of campus. Any other
ஓகே சார்.
things? Any other things that you want to ask me now? So whoever need this ppt, you just test me in my WhatsApp. I can forward my unit 3, what I covered today, everything that I can be passed to your WhatsApp, all the PPTs or whatever the additional notes that I have. Thank you very much. So again we will see in our next classes, that fourth classes. Thank you very much. I can quit now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I think we can start the session. Okay, I'll share my screen. So today we will be seeing the final unit, Unit 8. Yeah, good afternoon. We will be seeing on report writing and spoken communication. Okay. After that, I have prepared questions till fifth unit, 3, 4, 5. Remaining, I'll send to somebody so that you can post in WhatsApp group. Okay, so today will be my last class. So we will move on to the final unit. Okay, let me share my screen. Are you able to view my screen?
Yes, 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 ma'am.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so our eighth unit is on report writing and spoken communication. Okay. So, what is a report? Usually, we know whenever we conduct any program or any event, we submit a report. Okay, whether it is an organization or an education institution or any company. Okay, whatever we do, if it is a major event or even daily report, we prepare. Okay, so this report is prepared. It's a written. It's an example for written communication, and it is prepared for future reference. When the report is ready, the manager or the higher authority go through it. We get the approval, and it is kept as a permanent record. That is, it can be used for future reference. Okay. So, business report, it's a formal document and it presents facts, information, arguments, statistical data, analysis of research related to business interest in a systematic and logical manner. Okay. So, this is about business report. Okay. So, when it is related to business interest, it is called a business report. So, here details are prepared and produced in a systematic and logical manner. Okay, and it is factual, it is based on facts, it's orderly and unbiased communication. There is no partiality. Okay, it's clear, the communication is very clear. Okay, it should be clear so that everybody who goes through the report should be able to understand that report. Okay, and it is prepared to serve a business purpose. Okay, this is the meaning of business report. Now we will see objectives of business report. Okay. So what are the various objectives of business reports? To give the information in an organized manner. The main objective is to provide information. When somebody seeks the information, we can immediately give the report, because every organization we prepare annual report. So this annual report, it includes all the activities that happened in that particular organization in that particular year. Okay, in some organizations they even prepare a quarterly report too. Okay, so every 4 months they prepare a report. Okay, then to make major decisions. Okay, based on the report, we can see whether our performance is okay or whether we need to improve. Okay, then to plan for the future. Okay, we can prepare the forthcoming plans. Okay, what we have to do in the future. Then to plan the budgets. Okay, if we have to allot finance for any activity based on the report, we can allot it. To decide on promotions and advertisements based on the drafted information, whether we need to promote and advertise our organization or our products further. Okay, that also, those information also we can get it from the report. Okay, so these are the certain objectives of business report: to provide information in an organized, systematic and logical manner, to make major decisions, to make forthcoming plans or to plan for the future, to plan the budgets, and to decide on promotions and advertisements based on the drafted information. Now, the need and importance of business report. Okay, or what is the purpose? Okay, all the answers will be same. Okay, your title may be different, but you can include all the points. Okay, if a question comes, what are the purposes of a business report? You can include these objectives, need, and importance too. Okay, so all the answers will be almost same. Okay, Next one is need and importance of business reports to provide insight and clarity on a situation. Okay, if you need a clarity or if you need to gain some insights about a particular situation, this report is essential. If you take an example, a salesperson, he has to submit a report to the sales manager. Okay, so when he submits the report, instead of submitting as a paragraph, if he includes some bar charts or some pie diagrams, okay, regarding the sales for a particular month, okay, so the first for the first week this was the sales, okay, and the second week this was the details, okay, all those things if we mention week wise, it will provide more clarity or it will be clear for the sales manager. So instead of going through that complete essay, if you see the diagrams and charts, that will be easy for the sales manager to evaluate his report. Okay, then to align with key performance indicators, because based on the target, many organizations, they have to work based on the target. Okay, so our performance, this report shows whether our performance was in alignment with the target, okay, with those performance indicators, to solve a problem that exists in the organization. Okay, it also helps in solving a problem that already exists in the organization. Okay, so once we go through the report, we will get an idea about the organization. So it will help us to identify the areas to improve and where we have to bring about major changes. Okay, so what is business report? What are the objectives of business report? Need, purpose, and importance of business reports. Okay, so you may take a screenshot of this slide. Okay, then next we have to see various types of business reports. Okay, so heading it is type of business reports. It should be types of business reports. The first one is now all these types, it's very clear because from the name itself we will be able to make out what is the nature of that particular report. Okay, informative report. So from that name itself, it's clear that it provides some information. Okay, so it includes some facts, okay, without any recommendations or opinions. It's just information or just the facts, like daily sales report, production report, expenses report, etc. Then analytical reports. From this, we can understand that that report is more of it contains more analysis. Okay, it includes interpretations, recommendations, suggestions. Okay, so we will observe certain details, then we will make out the inferences or interpretations, and based on interpretation, we give some recommendations, suggestions, and then conclusion. Okay, then formal report. So for a formal report, there will be some clear structure. There will be a proper order to prepare a formal report. Okay, and it is prepared and filed with the appropriate authority. So it is of something serious. Okay, so there is a clear structure, and it should be very systematic and very clear. Okay, so under formal report, it's of two types: statutory report and non-statutory report. Statutory report, again, it's of compulsory type. Okay, it's compulsory, it should be prepared by the organization. Non-statutory, they may or may not prepare. Okay, then informal reports. Informal reports means communication from one person to another without any formal requirements or order. There won't be any clear structure. Okay, we can prepare the report. Okay, maybe a class teacher in a school, if you see, or in a college, a class teacher, he or she asks a student to prepare a report about her classes for 1 week. Okay, so that can be considered because that madam or sir wants to know the performance of the students and also how her classes have created interest in the student. So he or she might ask the student to prepare a report. So such report can be called as informal report. Okay. Then short report. Short report, from the name itself, we can understand that the report will be very short. Okay, and it doesn't have much details and all. Okay, just the main points, and there will be a conclusion and maybe some recommendations or suggestions. Okay, then long reports. Long reports, even our thesis, maybe for PG students, MPhil, and PhD candidates, they prepare thesis. Okay, so those reports can be examples for long reports because they have various components. Okay, so if you see such thesis, it will have an introductory part, then they will have a review of literature, then a research design, data analysis and interpretation, then findings, suggestions, conclusions, then they will have a bibliography, then appendices. Okay, so when a report contains all these details, okay, like introductory part, then the main part, then the conclusion, recommendation, suggestion, when all these parts are included in a particular report, those reports are called long reports, and it is arranged in a highly systematic manner. Okay, so such reports should be prepared in a clear manner so that it is easily understandable. Okay, so there is a clear structure for the long reports too. Okay, so you may take a screenshot of this slide. Okay, so informative reports, analytical reports, formal reports. Under that we have two types: statutory and non-statutory. Fourth one is informal reports, short reports. Sixth one is long reports. Okay, next one, letter report. So this report will be in a letter form. Okay, so usually this letter report, usually this is forwarded through mail. Okay, and it is meant for someone outside the organization, and this letter report is usually sent through mail, forwarded through mail. Okay, then memorandum reports. Okay, this is mostly for day-to-day affairs, and it's an example for informal letter, and it is between people who know each other. Okay, so it's not of major importance. Okay, and it is between people who know each other, and it is written informally, and it is used for day-to-day affairs or problems. Okay, then oral reports. In the first unit, we saw oral communication. So oral communication, oral report means by you are speaking by means of spoken words by one person to another. Okay, so it saves the time of the reporter. And one disadvantage of oral report is that it cannot be kept as a permanent record because it's just spoken, right? Oral report is just spoken and it cannot be kept as a permanent record, or it cannot be kept for future reference. And sometimes the person who presents the report, he speaks about the report, but the listeners may not able to receive the points clearly. Okay, then written reports. Written reports, they are permanent records. It's complete and accurate, and it can be kept for future reference because it is a permanent record. Okay, and that will help in saving the time of busy managers and executives because they can read it whenever they are free. Okay, so if it is an oral report, immediately they have to listen, but if it is a report, it's a permanent record, it is kept for future reference, and it saves the time of busy managers, and they can read it whenever they find time. Okay, so written reports. 11th one is routine reports. Okay, so routine reports, routine means day to day, daily it happens. Okay, sent by departmental heads, salesmen, etc. to the to the management. Okay, salesperson may report to the sales manager, and the subordinates in various departments, they may report to the departmental heads. Okay, and it is sent periodically without waiting for specific demand. Okay, without any demand from the superior, the subordinates, they need to send it periodically. Okay, அவங்க கேட்க மாட்டாங்க, ஹையர் அதர்ட்டு கேட்க மாட்டாங்க, பட் நம்ம வந்து சென்ட் பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். ஓகேங்களா? Okay, special reports. Okay, it may be called for from the secretary of a company or auditors and technical personnel pertaining to specific situations or problems. Okay, whenever a report is required for a specific situation or any particular problem, this special report is prepared. Okay, So the secretary of the company may ask for the report, special report. Auditor may ask for the report, or any technical person may ask for the report. Okay, maybe for specific situation. So at that time, these special reports have to be uh, submitted. Okay. Okay. Please take the screenshot of this slide. Okay. So under types of report, we have 12 types. Okay. So we had informative reports, analytical reports, formal reports. Under that, we have two, statutory and non-statutory. Then informal reports, short reports, long reports, letter reports, memorandum reports, oral reports, written, routine, and special. Okay. Okay. Next one. Characteristics of a good business report, or features of a good business report, or requirements for a good business report. Okay. So we have clarity, accuracy, brevity, restrained language, and convenience. Okay. So the first one is clarity. So when we prepare a report, the language used should be simple. Okay. Appropriate and clear words should be used. Business jargons, okay, or business terms need not be included, because some people may not be able to understand those words. Okay. So whoever goes through the report, they should be clear about the contents in the report. Okay. So clear words and simple language should be used in any report. Next one is accuracy. That is, complete and correct facts or accurate facts should be there in the report. Okay. So we should not give any false information. We should give only the accurate information or accurate facts in the report. Then next one is brevity. That means report should be brief. Instead of writing just like that, okay, or instead of writing a long report unnecessarily, a report should be brief. It should be precise. Okay. So instead of, I told you know, a salesperson, instead of writing a long essay, he should prepare the report with charts, diagrams, and all, and just an explanation for the charts and diagrams. So as soon as a sales manager sees the charts and diagrams, he will be clear about the activities of the salesman. Okay, so the report should be brief. Then restrained language. Okay, the language should be moderate. Okay, because the language used in the report should not offend anyone. Okay, so it should not make anyone angry. Okay, it should be very moderate. The language should be very decent in a report. Okay, so there should not be any bias or any partiality to be shown in the report. Okay, the restrained language should be used. Then convenience. Instead of writing a big long essay, you can have headings, subheadings, okay, then tables, charts, graphs, diagrams, and all. Okay, so initially you can have an introduction, and at the end you can have a conclusion. So whenever you see some articles in any journals, so initially you can see an abstract. Okay, so the abstract tells us what this article is going to speak. Okay, so the abstract gives the abstract gives an idea to the reader. So okay, what is the article is all about. Okay, so that is convenience. A reader should be able to understand. So at the introductory part, they should clearly mention the contents of the report, and at the end they should summarize the report and give a conclusion. Okay, so these are the characteristics or features of a good business report. Okay, clarity, accuracy, brevity, restrained language, and convenience. Okay. Okay, you may please take a screenshot of this slide. Next one, preparation of a report, or what are the various steps in preparing report, or what are the various stages of report preparation. Question may come in different way. Okay, explain the steps in the preparation of a report. Okay, or what are the stages in the preparation of a report. Okay. Okay, so we have 9 stages. Okay, so as I told you yesterday, these steps you can put it in the form of a flow chart. So the flow chart, here we have 9 points. No, so what you can do is that you can make 9 boxes. Okay, so in the first box it will be define the objectives of the report. Then to connect with the second box, there can be an arrow mark. Okay. So likewise, you can have 9 boxes and connect all those boxes. Okay, one by one. You have to the first box. You have to put define the objectives of the report. Then arrow mark. Then the second box. Then the arrow mark. Then the third box. Likewise, you can prepare. Okay. So that is called flow chart. So that gives more attraction to your paper, answer paper. Okay. So the first one is define the objectives of the report. So before preparing a report, the report writer should analyze, okay, what is the purpose of writing this report, or what are the objectives of preparing this report, okay, whom is going to be beneficial with this report, okay. So after analyzing all those things, they have to define the objectives of the report, okay. So that is the first step. You have to find out the objectives of the report. Then, second step is you have to collect all the relevant details, evidences, and data to bring a meaningful conclusion. Okay, so you should have relevant information. You should have all the evidences and clear data so that you can analyze, interpret it, and then you can draw a meaningful conclusion. Okay, that is the second step. Then third one is you have collected the information, right? In the second stage, you have collected the information, data, and all. So you have to edit it, you have to classify it, and you have to tabulate it. Tabulate means you have to put the data in the form of a table. Okay. Okay. So editing, classification, and tabulation of data. Classification may be gender wise, female, male, then maybe age wise. Okay. And editing, you will be collecting a lot of details. So you have to edit. If there is any mistake and all, you have to correct it. And based on the after correcting it, you have to separate it. Okay. Like age wise, you have to bring it. Then gender wise, so you have to edit, classify, and then tabulate. Okay. Okay. So once you have edited, classified, and tabulated, you have to analyze the data. So for analyzing, you may use some methods, some statistical methods. Okay. After the analysis, based on the analysis, you can draw important conclusions and inferences. Okay, you can bring about certain inferences. Then, after that, you are making suggestions based on your study. You will give some suggestions and recommendations. ஓகே இது இல்லாமல் நம்ம வேற எந்த மாதிரி பண்ணலாம், ஓகே இதோட பெட்டரா எப்படி பண்ணலாம், ஓகே ஸோ யூ கேன் கிவ் சம் சஜஷன்ஸ் அண்ட் ரெக்கமெண்டேஷன்ஸ். தென் யூ ப்ரிப்பேர் எ டிராஃப்ட் ரிப்போர்ட். ஓகே ரஃபாக வந்து யூ வில் ப்ரிப்பேர் எ ரிப்போர்ட். Then you will go through it, you will make necessary corrections, and if there is any change you will make in it. Okay, எல்லாமே பார்த்துட்டு ஓகே ஏதாவது கரெக்ஷன் இருந்தால் எல்லாமே பண்ணிட்டு then you prepare the final report. So once the final report is done, you submit it to the management. Okay, so we have 9 steps. First one, you have to identify the objectives of preparing that particular report. Then you have to collect necessary information. So that information you have to classify it and tabulate it. Then you have to analyze it, analyze the data. Then you have to bring about certain conclusions. Okay, based on the analysis and interpretation, you are bringing about the conclusion and inferences. Then you are making some suggestions and recommendations. Then you are preparing a draft report. Okay. Then if you will go through the report, then if there is any correction, you will make it. Okay, you will make all the changes. Okay, once all the changes are done, you will prepare the final report. Then you will submit it to the management. Okay, so these are the various stages in the preparation of a report. Okay, or steps in the preparation of a report. Okay, you can take a screenshot of this slide. Hope you are able to follow it. Are you all there? Hello, are you all there? Okay, I could see some thumbs up. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, next one. Organization of a report or parts of a report. Okay. Organization of a report or parts of a report. The first one is heading or title. Because any report we will have a heading or title. And when we prepare an essay, even for that we have a heading or title. Okay. If it is a long report, it will be given twice. ரெண்டு வாட்டி கொடுப்பாங்க. Once on the cover page and then on the inside sheet. அடுத்த first sheetல வந்து மறுபடியும் அந்த டைட்டில் இருக்கும், அந்த ஹெட்டிங் இருக்கும். Okay, if it is a long report. But in a short report, it is written on the top of the first sheet. First sheetக்கு மேலே எழுதுவாங்க. Okay, for a long report ரெண்டு வாட்டி, ஒன்று வந்து கவர்ல, ஒன்று வந்து the first page. But in a short report, it is written on the first sheet only. Okay, so the first thing is heading or title. Okay. Okay. Then letter of transmittal. So what is letter of transmittal? So it is a letter addressed to the authority to whom the report is submitted. யாருக்கு submit பண்ண போறாங்களோ, so அந்த details include பண்ற letter தான் letter of transmittal. Okay. And இது எதுக்கு இந்த letter of transmittalனா, to provide important information about the accompanying document. Okay. So what are the documents that are going to be attached along with this report? Okay, those details are also mentioned in letter of transmittal. Okay, so first one heading or title, then letter of transmittal, then table of contents. Okay, table of contents. If you take any textbook, you could see contents. Okay, so table of contents, they will give what are the contents in that, then the page number. Then if there are charts, tables and diagrams, for that also there will be separate content page. Okay, so if you take any thesis report also, you can see separate pages, content page for charts, tables and diagrams. Okay, so after this table of contents, the main part, the body of the report. So body of the report there will be introduction, then you will have the main subject matter, then the findings. Okay, you will do the analysis and interpretation, then findings, then you will conclude it, and then summary. Okay, so any long report should have this introduction and summary. Then the person who reads the report will be clear about the report. Okay, so body of the report is the main part of the report, and it should contain introduction, the subject matter, the findings, then conclusions and summary. Okay, then the report should be signed. Okay, so if you want to send to the manager, you have to sign it and send to the manager. If the manager has to submit it to the higher authority, who will sign? The manager will sign, then he will submit to the higher authority. Okay, then references and bibliography. References means whether you have referred any books to take some points, or whether you have referred any report. Okay, those citations have to be mentioned. Okay, if you are not citing, it will be because when we prepare thesis and all, we have to do the citation because there is a chapter called review of literature. Okay, so when we will get ideas from others articles also. Okay, so we have to mention those things. We have to cite when we are taking somebody's work. We have to cite it. If we are not citing it, if we are not giving citation, it will be considered as plagiarism. Okay, ஸோ எப்போவுமே வந்து மற்ற ஒரு ஆளோட ஒர்க் எடுக்கும்போது அதுலேருந்து எடுக்கும்போது வி ஹாவ் டு சைட் அவங்களோட நேம், அவங்களோட ஆர்டிக்கிள் நேம், என்ன ஜேர்னல் பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, மந்த், இயர், இதெல்லாமே வந்து இட் ஷுட் பி சைட்டட். ஓகே, ஸோ references. Then bibliography, what are the books you have preferred, book name, author name, publishers, okay, page number, everything should be cited. Okay, so that will be included in the bibliography. Then நம்ம விசிட் பண்ண சைட்ஸ், வெப்சைட்ஸ், பிளாக்ஸ் இதெல்லாமே வந்து அதோட லிங்க் எல்லாமே வந்து இட் கேன் பி மென்ஷன்ட் இன் bibliography. ஓகே, பட் ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷனல் ரிப்போர்ட் எழுதும்போது அதில் வந்து ரெஃபரன்சஸ் bibliography எல்லாமே இருக்காது. But for our academic purpose, we will have references and bibliography. Okay, and index it is meant for easy reference of certain points. And in some report, we can see glossary of terms. Glossary. I will type it in chat box. Okay. So glossary of terms. Okay, glossary of terms means so you will use some words in the report, and if other person is not able to follow it, okay, we will give explanation for that particular word. Okay, for example, communication. So you will give the word communication and you will explain it what it is. Okay, then maybe letter of transmittal. So you may know it, but other person may not know it. Okay, so letter of transmittal, other explanation. Okay, so that content is called glossary of terms. Okay. Okay, so some reports will have glossary of terms too. Okay. So these are the various parts of a report. Okay, or how a report is organized. Okay, so you may take a screenshot of this slide. Then spoken communication. Spoken communication நம்ம பேசுறது. Okay, so it's also called oral communication. So in business பார்த்தீங்கன்னா we use mobile phones, pagers, etc. for oral communication. So what are the merits of, we will see merits and demerits or strengths and weaknesses of spoken communication. So what are the merits of spoken communication? There is a personal touch because we will get immediate feedback. Okay, so whatever we need to clarify, immediately we can clarify it. Any doubts can be clarified on the spot. Okay, so we will get immediate feedback. But if it is written communication, the reader has to go through it, then he gives the feedback. But in spoken communication, immediately we will get the feedback. You just imagine when we speak over a phone, immediately we will get the reply, right? Because we need not wait for 2 days or 3 days. Okay, immediately we will get the reply, and if we have any doubts, we can clarify immediately. And there is a personal touch, a close contact between the two speakers. Okay, between the sender and the receiver. Okay, and there are demerits too. Absence of permanent record. Okay, if you are not recording the call, it's not a proof. Okay, there will be absence of permanent record. Okay, and it cannot be used for future reference also. And there are chances of misunderstanding. Okay, it's likely to be misunderstood. Okay, சொல்ற இது வந்து மத்தவங்க தப்பா புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். Okay, so there are chances of misunderstanding. These are the demerits of spoken communication. Okay, then various methods used, telephones. Okay, so now landline, it's getting it's going out of because we are using more of mobile phones. Okay, and telephones, redialing, number storing, call waiting, missed calls, all those facilities are there. Then you know what is meant by mobile phone. It's a wireless handheld device that allows users to make and receive calls. Okay. And now normally for all the sectors, okay, any organization people individually they are using mobile phones. Okay. So normally business people they will have two or three phones, one for personal purpose, another for business purpose. They will have various number of mobile phones. Then public address system. It is an electronic system comprising microphones, amplifiers, loudspeakers, and related equipments. Public address system. So that is a method of spoken communication. Then word processor. It is a device or it's a software program, and it is capable of creating, storing, and printing text documents. Okay, and it allows users to write and modify text, display it on a screen, save it electronically, and print it. Word processor. Then fax. It is called facsimile. Fax. Okay. It scans a document. Okay, there is a small mistake. Scans. It should be S here. Okay. Scans a document, converts information into electronic impulses, and sends the impulses by the telephone to a facsimile receiver. Okay. So you know there will be it will be a phone number, and we will receive. You have seen fax machine. Okay, so whenever a person wants to send fax message immediately, if the fax machine is not on, we will get a call. So immediately we can switch on the fax machine and we will receive the document. Okay, a printed document. It scans. Okay, under fax you have to put it as scan S. Scans a document, converts information into electronic impulses, and sends the impulses by telephone to a facsimile receiver. Then electronic mail, nothing but email. Okay, process of sending messages through an electronic communication network. You may take a screenshot. Then telex. Telex is also called telefacsimile. So it is a method of sending written messages down a phone line from one teleprinter to another. But I don't think this telex is used at the current scenario. Okay, it's a method of sending written messages down a phone line from one teleprinter to another. And it normally consists of two parts: keyboard transmitter and receiver. So receiver transmit the coded signals and then prints the message. So what happens is that when the message is to be sent, the typist presses a button, waits for the dial tone, dials the number desired, and if the number is contacted, types the message. Okay. And pager. So before these mobile phones, people were using pagers. So it's almost like a cellular phone, cell phone, but within a limited radius. Okay, limited area. So it can be used by the business people in large complexes. Okay, to keep in touch with the staff as well as when they move within the city limits. Okay, so it can be used only within a limited radius. It's not like mobile phones. Mobile phones anywhere you can use it. Okay, any distance you can use it, but these pages can be used only within a limited radius. Okay, then you have teleconferencing. You have heard about teleconferencing, audio conferencing, computer teleconferencing, video conferencing. Okay, so teleconferencing, it allows people to work and collaborate by being in different places. Okay, then audio conferencing, it's through the use of telephones. Okay, you have heard of conference call. Even we do now conference calls. Okay, then computer teleconferencing. So it is done through teleconferencing done through computer terminals. So the participants communicate through computer and the dialogue is stored in the computer's memory. So in a later period also they can listen to the dialogues conversation. Video conferencing, it is conducted through television displays of the participants and with their voices. Video conferencing. Okay, teleconferencing, audio conferencing, computer teleconferencing, and video conferencing. You may take a screenshot. Then we have some new age communication channels. So we are all aware of most of this: internet, website, email, smartphones, blogs, walks, then voice over internet protocol, Skype, Discord, and we have social networking sites. Then for online classes, we use Google Meet, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Cisco WebEx. Okay, so these are all new age communication channels. Okay, so these are all used by the people to communicate. So to keep in touch, so they use all these methods. Okay. Okay, so by this we have completed Unit 8. We will just go through it, then I will give you the important questions, okay? So report writing and spoken communication, we had seen what is a business report, what are the objectives of business report, need and importance of business reports, types of business reports. I think in Unit 8, you can take the important questions now itself. I'll dictate it, you can take it down. That's what I feel. Okay. Explain the objectives of business reports. So here I have given just the points. Okay. Explanation you can learn from the study material. Okay. Then explain the need and importance of business reports. So whenever a question asked, what are the objectives of business report, or what are the explain the need and importance of business report, இது அப்படியே இது எழுதாம first you have to write the meaning of report. Okay, business report. Then you have to explain these points. Okay, explain the objectives of business reports. Explain the need and importance of business reports. Okay. Then what are the various types of business reports? In game on, you have to write what is meant by report. You have to write different types of reports. Okay. So we have about 12 types of reports. Then explain the characteristics of a good business report, or explain the features of a good business report. Clarity, accuracy, brevity, restrained language, convenience. So since your marks are 8 for part A and 15 for part B, you have to elaborate it. Okay. So your answer should be a long answer, and you have to explain these points more. Okay. Then preparation of a report. What are the explain the stages in the preparation of a report, or explain the process in the preparation of a report. Okay. So these are the points you have to explain it. Okay. Then explain the various parts of a report, or enumerate the parts of a report, or how a report is organized. A question might come like that also. Okay, how a report is organized. Then you have to write these points. Then what are the merits and demerits of spoken communication? So first you have to write what is spoken communication. Then you have to write the merits and demerits. So for merits and demerits, they may ask you like in different words. Merits and demerits, advantages and disadvantages. Okay. Then uses and limitations. Then pros and cons. Okay, so they will ask in different names, so you need not get confused. Okay. Then we have various methods under spoken communication between two people, like telephone, mobile phone, public address system, word processor, fax, email, telex, pager. Then we saw teleconferencing, audio conferencing, computer teleconferencing, and video conferencing. Then we saw some new age communication channels. I think this answer everybody will be able to write better, because mostly all of us are aware of all these communication channels. Okay, new age communication channels. Hope you are all clear with Unit 8. Okay, so have you taken down the questions for Unit 8 when I dictated now? Hope you have taken it. Okay. Okay, now I will show you certain slides for the questions. So yesterday you have written for unit, you have taken the screenshot of unit 1 and 2, right? Yesterday I showed you. So now you can take the screenshot for unit 3 and 4. Here I have mainly given for letters, okay? Theory also will be there, but for letters I have taken, because theory you will have at the end of each chapter in your study material, 3 and 4. Then this is for unit 5. Okay, questions for unit 5. And maybe for 6, 7, 8, can I have somebody's number so that I can send to that number, and you can post in the group. Or you can do one thing, you may send your number to my mail ID, okay, so that I can send the questions to that particular mail ID or to the number given to me. Is that okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So hope you know my mail ID. You all know my mail ID. Okay. Any clarification you may ask. Okay. And somebody asked, can we get recorded online class? Okay, it is recorded by the university, so you may not be able to get it. Okay, but you have the PPTs, so you may take. You can use PPTs, and study material will be fine for learning. Okay. Oh, Gautam, he asked what subject. I saw the message now. Okay. Hope Gautam understood now. It's business communication. So we have completed 5 classes, and we have completed the 8 units too. Now it's your turn to prepare for the exam. Okay. You have to prepare well. You have 8 units, and first and last unit, it's purely theory, and other unit 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you have letters also to be learned. Okay, so if you learn letters you can score marks better because you know the structure of a letter. Is it so? Structure and layout of a letter. So when you learn that, it will be easy for you to prepare the letter. Okay, and in unit 6, you have agenda and minutes, preparation of agenda and minutes. So, a question might come, as a company secretary, prepare an agenda for the annual general meeting, okay, which is going to be conducted in your organization on a particular date. So, they may ask you to prepare an agenda. Then, along with the time, you have to prepare the agenda. Okay, and again you have to mention who is going to do what, like who is going to welcome the gathering, who is going to present the report. Okay, so you can prepare in that way. And minutes, once the meeting is over, minutes is prepared. Okay, but the company secretary, what he or she does at the time of meeting itself, they note down the discussions happen in the during the meeting, and they prepare the minutes. Okay, the venue of the meeting, date of the meeting, how many people attended the meeting, who chaired the meeting. Okay, all these details will be included in minutes. Okay. Okay. Then in unit 7, you have press release. Sometimes a question might come, prepare a press release on the annual general meeting happened in your organization, or any or a village adoption scheme by your organization. Prepare a press release. So you have to prepare a news. So you are reading newspaper daily, I suppose. Okay, so when you go through the newspaper, you will know how to prepare a press release. Okay, so you have to prepare a press release for any activity that happened in your organization. A question might come that also. Okay. Then direct mail advertising, for example, you are opening a new branch, or you are offering some discounts to the customers. So in that case, you have to send direct mail to all your customers. So they may ask you to prepare the content of a direct mail. Okay. So in unit 1 and 2, there are no letters. Okay, it's completely essays. You will get completely essays. In other units, you will get letters. Okay. So hope you are clear about all the units. So the first one is completely about communication. Second unit, we just started with business letter. Okay, different types of letters. What is the layout? Okay, third one, letter of inquiry, quotations and offers. Fourth unit is about circular letter, sales letter, and bank correspondence. And in third unit, so in fourth unit in bank correspondence, maybe the correspondence you will be asked to write a letter as a customer. You have to write the letter to the manager, or the manager of one bank will be sending a letter to the manager of another bank. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி கேட்கலாம். தென் யூனிட் 5 பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஏஜென்சி. ஓகே, யூ வாண்ட் டு ஸ்டார்ட் அன் ஏஜென்சி ஃபார் அ மேனுஃபேக்சரர். ஸோ அந்த ஏஜென்சி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக ஒரு ரிக்வசிஷன் லெட்டர் வந்து யூ ஆர் சென்டிங் டு தி மேனுஃபேக்சரர். Then insurance letters, then import and export letters. So exporters வந்து they may send a letter to clearing and forwarding agents seeking their support to receive the goods safely. Okay, the import பண்ண goods வந்து சேஃபாக இங்கே ரீச் ஆகணும், நம்ம எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ண குட்ஸ் வந்து சேஃபாக வந்து மற்ற கண்ட்ரி ரீச் ஆகணும். ஸோ அதுக்காக தே ஆர் சீக்கிங் தி சப்போர்ட் ஆஃப் கிளியரிங் அண்ட் ஃபார்வர்டிங் ஏஜென்ட்ஸ். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி லெட்டர் கேட்கலாம். Then sixth unit one, the company secretary's correspondence. You know the importance of company secretary. So company secretary may send a letter to auditor, shareholders. Okay, shareholder வந்து regarding meeting, auditors வந்து seeking the fast preparation of the report, auditing report. Okay, then he or she might prepare agenda and minutes. Then seventh unit one, the official correspondence and public relations. So under official correspondence, we had seen demi-official letters, official letters, then memorandum, endorsement, then communiques. Okay. Then a notification. Then we saw public relations. Then what is meant by press conference, press release, direct mail advertising and advertising letters. And in last unit, which we saw today, it was on report writing. So அதில் வந்து different types of report, characteristics of a report, and how a report can be prepared, what are the various parts of a report, how a report is organized. Then we saw spoken communication, what are the various methods in spoken communication, and new age communication channels also. Okay, so hope you all have taken the screenshots of my PPT. Okay, make use of it, and also the study material. Okay, so in case if you want to refer any textbook other than your study material, okay, in case if you are a student in any college, or if you have access to any college library, or any library where you can collect these books, okay, you can even refer Rajendra Pal and J.S. Kolahalli. At the bottom of your syllabus, that book is given. Okay, Essentials of Business Communication. So those reference books also will be useful for you. Okay, in case if you want to refer, you can refer it. Okay. So hope you are clear with this paper, business communication. And in case of any clarification, you may contact me through email ID. Again, I will post my email ID here. Okay. And one request. Whenever you mail me, okay, you please identify, okay, your name and at least from where you are and where you are working. Okay, so I'll be able to identify you. Okay, Siraj from Talasheri, he asked when the exam will be. Exams will be in the month of December. Okay, so updates will be given to you by the university, and at the same time you can check the website of the university too. Okay, so the study material, previous question papers, it's all given in the website. Okay, you may please make use of those facilities too. Okay, and do you want to complete any assignment ஏதாவது இருக்குதா சப்மிட் பண்றதுக்கு? No நினைக்கிறேன். No, okay, then no issue. So just writing the paper down. Okay. So any doubt, as I told you, you can contact me through my mail ID. So please identify yourself, your name, and the place where you are located. Okay. So all those things please mention, and your doubts also. Okay. I can reply. Okay. Okay. Any other clarification? No, I don't think any offline class will be provided. Because bringing everyone together for offline classes will be tough. That's why they have offered through online so that many students can attend. Okay. So I don't think they will offer you offline classes. And if you can provide me feedback of my class, you can even inform me through my mail ID. Okay. In case you had any difficulty to understand, or in case any problem with the slides, or of any problem with my classes. Okay, I don't think so, because somebody told that there is no assignments. Okay, the exams will be in the month of December 2023. So updates regarding exams and all you will receive from the university. Okay. Okay. Any other doubts? Shall we wind up the class? So this is my last session. I think your last classes will be next Saturday, I suppose. So my class is over by today. Okay.
மேம்
சொல்லுங்க.
மேம் மெயில் சென்ட் பண்ணா ரிப்ளை வர மாட்டேங்குது மேம்.
எந்த ரிப்ளை? புரியல.
இல்ல ஏதாச்சும் டவுட் கேட்டா ரிப்ளை வர மாட்டேங்குது. சென்ட் பண்ண மெயில்ல.
எனக்கு மெயில் அனுப்புனீங்களா?
அனுப்புனேன் மேம்.
எப்போ என்னைக்கு அனுப்புனீங்க? Because so far I received 4 mails. Yesterday one person has sent me hi. அதுக்கு நான் ரிப்ளை பண்ணேன். எனக்கு வந்து just a minute, I'll check my mail. Okay, on Deepika. Yesterday போன வீக்குங்களா? Okay. Anu Burhi has mailed me. Okay, I'll reply it. I just saw it. நான் ரிப்ளை பண்ணது பார்க்கலையா? அஜிரா பேகம் தானே? அஜிரா பேகம் வந்து மை நேம் அஜிரா பேகம், ஐ மீன் பாண்டிச்சேரி அனுப்புனேன். அதானே அனுப்புனீங்க? ஓகே, நான் என்ன ரிப்ளை பண்ணேன்? ப்ரிப்பேர் நீ ஐ டென்ட் கெட் எனி கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் யூ. எந்த டவுட்டுமே கேட்கல. ஐ ரிப்ளைட் ப்ரிப்பேர் வெல் அண்ட் ஸ்கோர் குட் மார்க்ஸ்னு ரிப்ளை பண்ணேன். செக் பண்ணல? அஜிரா வந்து
வரலைங்க மேம் எனக்கு.
ஓகே ஓகே, ஐ ஹேவ் ரிப்ளை. நான் ரிப்ளை பண்ணியிருக்கேன். அஜிரா வந்து சென்ட் பண்ண நெக்ஸ்ட் டேவே நான் ரிப்ளை பண்ணேன். ஓகே, ஜஸ்ட் செக் யுவர் மெயில். ஓகே, நான் வந்து ப்ரிப்பேர் வெல், என்ன எங்கிட்ட எந்த டவுட்டுமே கேட்கல. ஜஸ்ட் நேம் அண்ட் பிளேஸ் மட்டும் தான் அனுப்புனேன். அதனால நான் வந்து ப்ரிப்பேர் வெல் அண்ட் ஸ்கோர் குட் மார்க்ஸ் அனுப்பியிருந்தேன். ஓகே. So, okay, Deepika, she replied.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Deepika, she asked for questions. Okay, I'll send through mail. Okay, Mr. Anup also. Okay. Anup, are you there in WhatsApp group?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll forward you the questions for all the units. Can you please post in WhatsApp group?
Sure,
so
ma'am.
Okay.
Sure, ma'am. No problem.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll do
Okay. Okay, so I'll share it through WhatsApp, and you can post in the WhatsApp group where all the students are there. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So any clarification, you can mail me. I will reply. Okay. So that is not at all an issue. Okay. And any doubts, even just a day before, previous day of the exam also, you can ask me. I'll check the mail regularly. Okay. So you can ask me. Okay. So I think we can wind up the class. All of you will be hungry. Okay. Somebody is asking to add them in WhatsApp. So somebody can give the number to Siraj. Siraj has given his number. Please make a note of that and please add him in WhatsApp group. Mr. Vipin, I think you can give your number. Give the number in your number in the chat box so that they can make a note of it.
No, ma'am, I have noted down them and I will add them.
Okay. Okay. So participants, any other doubt? If you want to be added in the WhatsApp group, please post your number here so that Mr. Vipin will add you to the group. Okay, then shall we leave? Everybody will be hungry. Is
Yes.
it right? Ah, yes. See, I am getting reply. Okay, then we will wind up. Okay, so good wishes to all of you. Prepare well and score good marks. And so after the exam, please let me know because I have given you my mail ID. Please let me know regarding the exam. Okay, whether it was easy or tough. And even after getting marks, also please keep me informed so that I will be happy about that. Okay. And regarding the feedback of my class, you may please inform me through my mail ID so that I'll be happy. If I have to improve in any area, I can improve myself. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Best wishes for your studies and also for your future. Okay. Do well. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Anub, you can contact me through mail.
Good afternoon. Hello. Are you able to hear my voice? Is it fine to all? Okay. So good afternoon. Uh, now we are going to talk about Unit 4, which is started from authority, right? One of the very important thing is concerned as an organization, which is concerned as authority. So in organization, the people are distributing the work. So the distribution of the work which the superior passed or delegating the authority and responsibility to the subordinate. So without authority and without responsibility, the people who are not able to fulfill of their job, right? So the authority is one of the very important part make to achieving of organization in an effective manner. So for authority is one of the very important concerns. All the leaders who have hold of the authority to make to act what they are think, to make the act how to getting of the job from the subordinate. The authority is one of the very primary role for getting the job from the subordinate, right? So authority is means what? Authority is a power. Authority is a commanding to the subordinate, right? So commanding, which means related of a formal, related of structure, related of what officially we have to getting of words, right? Getting of works. So authority is one of the very important. What I given the statement here, authority is a simple word, is the right way of commanding subordinates, issuing orders and instructions, exacting obedience from the team. It is also the right of the manager to make decisions, also to act or not to act depends on objectives of the organization. So if you want organizational objectives, if you want achieving of organizational objectives, authority is the one of the very important role to concern of that, right? So if you are the leader, think you are the leader, you are you are getting the job from the subordinate in the organizations. You have a commanding power. With commanding power, how to you get the job from your subordinate? No command, no commanding, or no order, or no power, or no authority. There is not possible to get the job from the subordinate. There is not possible to achieving of organizational objectives. So that is what authority is a very primary role in organization. So 1 minute, sources of authority. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Sources of authority. The first sources is formal authority theory. What do you think formal authority? Formal authority generally know about. It is originated from the top of a management. So top of the organization. The top people who are originated, it has to be originated from the top management or top people. It has flowed down through the process of delegations. It is always be a downstyle to passing down of the authority process, right? It's a very old type of an formal authority theory. So it is always sources which is concerned from the top level, from the bottom to the bottom level, which is concerned from the board of directors, or which is concerned from from the CEO or chief executives or general managers or whatever it may be. The authority is traditionally to down of their subordinates, which is concerned maybe formal authority. Maybe it is also called as top down authority. This is other name, call it as top down authority. The second point is acceptance theory. What do you think about acceptance theory? So acceptance theory, which means the people, the acceptance authority is always concerned as bottom up authority. Bottom up authority, which means it is the opposite of formal authority or formal authority concerned the previous one. So here the formal authority top to bottom, but acceptance authority which is bottom to up, right? Because here whatever the implementation, whatever the executions, where the peoples who may accepted, right? So in this concern, it is always depends upon the acceptance or the consent or the considerations of the subordinate, which means an acceptance theory, right? So then the competence authority theory. What do you think about competence authority theory? So it is always based on the person's drives authority, right? Maybe the person's like personal skills or competence, right? So the person, someone who have well competent, someone who have well skilled, someone who have well knowledge. So in this concept, the competence authority theory, where the peoples are technically given of their authority, because sometimes the technical authority, which means technically the some of the peoples who have well strong, so in this concern they have very specialized or well knowledge towards the particular discipline or particular knowledge or particular concern. So here the competence authority theory, where the peoples who have, especially the people who are involved in this concern, you understand? I am very clear. Formal authority means top to bottom. Acceptance authority means bottom to top. Acceptance, which means accepted what we are collected or executed from the top management. Competence authority theory, where the people who have well specialized, suppose the missionary. In this missionary, I am the person who are well expert. So I am giving whatever the instruction which is related of that, which is concerned of that. That is we call it as competence authority theory. Any doubt, my dear student? Any doubt? Shall
No,
I
sir.
shall I move to the next?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then, when I'm talk about authority, the responsibility is also be simultaneously comes. When I'm talk about an organizations, the authority and responsibility who are together. See, authority, which means concern of power. Responsibilities means what? It's an obligation of subordinates to carry the duties. See, morning, you're working in any organization. Think of that, right? So morning, you come and keep on attendance for the particular a particular note. So you have signed in that particular attendance sheet. Okay, this is our responsibility. Evening, you have to sign off your attendance. So morning, once you reach your campuses or the organization, you are intimated to your immediate boss. That is your responsibility. Like when we are working in an organization, the people who have different type of an responsibility, all the responsibility have to be fulfilled by the employee, which is concerned of responsibility. See, responsibility, Huns and O'Donnell, as said, responsibility is the obligation of a subordinate to carry out the duties assigned to him, right? Which is given by what I said. See, here the duty has to be assigned by the supervisor to the subordinate. See, another definition which is concerned, responsibility is an obligation to carry out, assigning activities to the best of his ability. See, when you are working of organizations, I have to carry out what the supervisor or superior are given. I have to achieving of that one, achieving of that goal, achieving of my objectives. So that's all are concerned as my responsibility. That is an inner responsibility to fulfill in organization, that we consider as a responsibility, right? Then accountability. What do you think about accountability? See, generally, responsibility, authority, and accountability, these three are very together to comes. See, what I said here, accountability, which means we have in the workplaces, can mean that all employees are accountable for their own action. I have do of my own certain limit of work. I have certain limit of behavior, certain limit of performance, certain limit of my decision. That's all are concerned as an accountability, which means that people are work together with some certain or some extent of accountable, which means I have go on my own commitment, I have do on my own wish, I have work on my own decision, like some of the extent of accountability which is appeared. So it is also linked to increased commitment to work and employee motivation, which leads to higher productivity. That is we concerned as accountability. 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay. See, I said the accountability examples. What are all concerned as an accountability example? Pay attention to the details, right? So acknowledges and fix your mistakes. That's all of my own wish. Help your co-workers. Develop a proactive approach. Show up as a leader. Stand up for what right improves your attention. Be willing to accept criticism. This all of my own accountability. The people who are trying to say what is concerned of that, right? Concerned of that, which means that people is always think about what the accountability, what their responsibility, what their authority is always together to make a successful employee in the organization, and also successfully to achieving of organizational objectives, which is concerned of those things. Any doubt? Any doubt? Okay. Then delegation of authority. What do you think about delegation of authority? Delegating. Delegating, which means passing. Delegating, which means assigning. Delegating, which means giving to others of authority. See, think I am the general manager. I am not holding on all the authority in my hand. I have delegating the authority to my different department and the supervisor, because that authority who have held to achieving of the department organizational objectives, department individual objectives, something we concerned that. So what I'm trying to say here, delegation is always passing or assigning of work to their subordinate, or delegating of authority to their subordinate to achieving of organizational goals with the effective and efficient manner. That is concerned as delegation. Delegating, because every people who have hold their delegation, because no authority, no, not able to achieving of organization goal, not able to effectively to done of their work. So that is what we concern as what. So someone rising an answer, I don't know why. Open queue, 1 minute. What? Yes, Induma Dayana. You just raise your hand. What happened? Then Haj Din. Anything that you want to ask a question here? எதாவது கேட்கணுங்களா? Induma Dayana. Induma Dayana. ஏதோ ரைஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க. You want to ask any question now? Then Hajar Din. Okay. So, one minute. Principles of delegation of authority. So here, what is the principles of delegation? So I have given the different principles of delegation. Delegation by result expected. So here, when we are delegating of authority, we expect some output. Based on that only, we have to be delegated. So because most of the principles are always concerned as delegating of authority. So sometimes if I delegating the authority which to the subordinate, which will always expect some extent of output or some extent of work has to be done by my subordinate, which is concerned as what I expected that. So the second point, which is think about functional definitions. So functional definitions, which means always you know about the functional work. So authority of principles of authority of delegation of authority, which means we are always delegating only for the purpose of functioning of work, perform of their job, performed by the subordinates. Because while we are passing or while we are giving of authority, which will helps to functionally with the effectively to function of their performance in the organization, they have a very clear definitions or very clearly to collect and do of their job in a better way. The objectives of the jobs, the activities involved, everything which is very clearly to done by the peoples. Then the third point is well-defined limits of authority. Well-defined limits, that means what? So we know what is the limit of authority. Because when I'm passing of information or passing of authority, that I'm very clearly to say this is your duty, that you have to be getting of job from the your subordinate. So that I'm very clearly to structurized the limit of authority. I'm very clearly to know, I'm very clearly to define this is what the limit of my subordinate of authority. So even I'm delegating. The fourth point is parity of authority and responsibility. So what do you think about the parity? So there should be a proper matching of authority and responsibility, then only delegating will be effective. So what I delegated, what I'm matching with my objectives, we are, if there is an unmatch, because that organization should not be able to achieving of organizational goal. So far, what authority and responsibility are properly matched. Without matched, no, authority is one side, responsibility is another side. There is no match between the authority and responsibility. It's a very tough to achieving of goal. That is what. Then absoluteness of responsibility. So here, when we concerned of delegation of authority, there is the absoluteness of responsibility. Because while we are transferring or while we are delegating authority, the responsibility is also pointed to passing to the others. Responsibility always it's not cannot to delegate all the times, because responsibility all the people who have the inner wish, it is always absolute, because the obligations have to be getting of assignments what they have to be work to done. It's always concerned on their own wish. They have do of their responsibility with the effective manner, right? Then unity of command. Generally, you know about unity of command. Already we discussed in our principles of management. So in that management, unity of command should be very unique. Unity of command should be very effective. Unity of command should be very one focus, because different commands are quietly to confuse the subordinate, quietly not able to achieving or not able to successful to maintaining of their work status. That is what unity of command. Any doubt, my dear student? Shall I move? Steps involved in delegation process. See, when I started off delegation of authority, what are the various steps which is concerned? One is determination of result expect, assignments of duties, granting of authority, creating of obligations. The last two, creating of obligations, come to the point. See, we are very initially to determine what is my result, what I should be expect, what is my goal. So goal is that then only I have to be achieving. Without goal, how can I go and achieve the goal, right? We determine the goal, determine the goal, which means the results which means expected results. Am I right on? That is the first point. Determination of results expected, right? The second point, right? Assignment of duties. So generally, once I am determining the goal, once I determining the results of expected, then assigning a responsibility is also be there. If I give the job to you, simultaneously responsibility is also that. Because when I said this is your project, you have to complete within 10 days, means the responsibility is what? You have to complete 10 days. The responsibilities is what? If there is any doubt to do of their project, you have to consult with your higher authority. That is your responsibility. The responsibility is what? The responsibility which is concerned every periodically, that you have to be properly report to your superior, like so many responsibilities when I am assigning of duties or assigning of the work. The third one is, once I am assigning the work, the authority that I can be granting to my subordinate, because the authority has to be make to proper decision by my subordinate. This is what creation of obligation. What is that creation of obligation? Obligation is always concerned acceptance. Obligation is always concerned the people who are always 1 minute. Obligation is always concerned to given acceptable from others. Obligation is always what we are reporting to them, our official or our officer, who may obligate her, who may getting of acknowledge. This is what the steps involved in delegation of process. So here the fourth unit is over. Then I can go start with my fifth unit. 1 minute. It's a small unit only, fourth unit. I mean fourth, four, five, six. These three units are very small. And okay. Centralization of authority. what is that centralization of authority? Generally we know about authority. Authority is the power, authority is a commanding power, authority is influence of others works, something like we can be repeatedly to say about authority. But when I am talk about centralization of authority, what is that centralization of authority? That centralized authority where one person from to occupied or influenced of other employees, a single person who may influence of others act, a single person who may flow down of their subordinate to activate of their wish. This is what a centralization of authority. That means this is the example for a centralization. The center person who may generalized or who may integrated of other party or other person, right? One person or the center person or the particular person who may generator or integrator or influence of others. This is what centralization of authority. The person who are directly reach the other act or influenced of other act, that is we concern as a centralization, right? Then decentralization. What is that decentralization? Decentralization, this is the form of large scale of organization which is more applicable. This decentralization, well structured, well organizational structure properly to delegate of authority to their down people or to their subordinates. So that is called decentralization. Centralization, there is no any delegation of authority. The person who are directly to influence of others, no delegation which is occurred in centralization of authority. You understand, my dear student? But decentralization, the delegation of authority and responsibility who are properly to delegated with the structured organizational structured manner, right? So for example, see what I given here, decentralization is referred to as a form of an organizational structures where there is the delegation of authority by the top management to the middle and lower levels of management in an organization. Decentralization refers to a specific form of organizational structures where the top management delegates the decision making responsibility and daily operations to middle and lower subordinates. So I given one of the examples of delegation of authority. See, here centralization and decentralization. See, centralization, only one person who are directly influences. In this concern, there is no any delegation of authority in centralization. You understand? Decentralization structures well defined, well delegated. We are delegating in a proper way of all the authority, and each and every delegation of authority has to be delegated in every stages. You understand? Any doubt, my dear student? Hope this diagram are very clearly to understandable what is centralization and decentralization. Shall I, my dear students? Shall I? Okay. What about the others? Only two of them who may given the thumbs up. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Enough. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to talk about factors determining the degree of decentralization. What is that factors determining? What are the various factors who are highly influence the degree of decentralization? Maybe, of course, decentralization is purely based on the size and complexity of the organization, because it's a small type of an organization. the centralization authority is too much enough, because decentralization authority is more applicable for the large scale of organization, because the large scale of organization, the n numbers of the peoples are working in that organization, the one person who are not able to control over all the person. So for that delegation of authority, which means to delegate it in all the stages or all the part which is concerned as size and complexity of organizations. So this is we concerned that the large size of organizations, which is more applicable all those decentralizations. The second one is history of organizations. So it's quietly history, based on the history of organizations to determine the degree of decentralization. See, normally organizations which is always intentional, so to retain the original structures, because some of them, so it's highly maybe 50 years old or 100 years old of organizations which is worked. So they are maintaining of their traditional activities like a decentralization or centralization based on the history of organizations. There the decentralization is also be influenced in that concern. So the third point is availability of competent manager. See, availability of competent manager, which means the competent managers or directly affects the degree of decentralizations, because see the authority requires the competence. See, competence, which means very much a specialized the person who may in that particular area or particular discipline. Suppose marketing manager, the marketing manager who have well versed in the marketing area or marketing knowledge, something like the manager who have well clear the competency, then the maintaining of degree of decentralizations. The fourth one is top management outlets. So sometimes the structure of top management outlooks something different. So in that concern also the degree of decentralization should be maintaining, because there is no one party, maybe two or three parties are there. So we have properly to put off a delegation, then only the people who have to be success of the organization. So concerned of top management outlook, which will consider the management philosophy. So then control techniques. What do you think about control techniques? Generally, the degree of decentralization is quietly controlling all kind of the people. So that's why we concerned always control techniques. The decentralization of authority, which is highly influenced to control, because every person who have to be noted what you are doing, what is your job. So every person who has some boss, in that boss who have closely to watch of all the peoples who are working well, who are not working well, something like. So then the last point, which is concerned about planning pattern. So you generally you know about planning pattern, which means what, we are very clearly to our facts the degree of decentralization, which means we have maintaining the standard plans, we have well long term plan, we are very strong with the effective with the planning activities, which always taking the success of your organization. Any doubt, my dear student? Shall I? Okay. So 1 minute. Fifth unit is also only small units. Very see 4, 5, 6. This it's quietly uh, 3 or 4 topics only covered. Don't worry. The sixth one is also something same like. Okay, I just move to my sixth topic. Sixth unit. The coordination, very interesting topic. What is the coordination? Generally, coordination, which means coordinated or connected or very smooth relationship with different functional area, which is concerned as a coordination. See, take your home. You are well coordinated on your street, well coordinated on beside or the opposite or back of your houses, well coordinated with their co-workers, well coordinated with your friends, well coordinated, something like. When I'm talk about the organizational term or the management terms, coordination, which means we have the different department. In that department, we have well coordinated. So coordination, which is maintaining the relationship. Coordination, which means we have to take a smooth run of their businesses, smooth run of their organization, smooth to achieving of organizational goal. That's all we concern as coordination, right? So coordination is generally that connects all the other functions of management. So all the functions of management, it is a common stand that runs through all actions such as production, purchase, finance, sales, to assure the particular in the functioning of the establishment. Coordination is seldom deemed a separate role of management. Something like I'll show one of the diagram coordination. See, yeah, the coordination, which means what? The coordination is one of the centralized part which have to be coordinated the different functional activities or different functional teams or departments. If I say about the planning, planning has to be coordinated with the organizations. If planning is not coordinated with the organizing team or staffing team or directing team, definitely it is a factor to the organizational goal achievements. So each and every part, each and every team members who are properly coordinated, if any one department or one places, if the coordinations are missed, that it has to be reflected to the entire organizational goal. This is what coordination, right? Okay. Characteristics of coordination. What is the characteristics of coordination? 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay. Characteristics of coordination. The coordination secures unity of actions. Generally, coordination activities is what? What is mean by coordination? It has maintaining or make the unity of actions. Am I right or wrong? Unity of action means what? All are together to achieve it. All are together to do it something. All are together to make a proper successes. So unity of command is also like all of together to achieving of organizational goal. The coordination is always maintaining the continuous process, because today we finish the coordination, tomorrow we start means no, or tomorrow we are not stop means no. It has to be continuous process in wherever we are working, whatever we are doing, all the coordination activities, which is very important. The second point is coordination control conflicts. See, coordination which is helps to reduce the conflicts between the employee. Coordination which is always make a proper connector. Coordination which is easily to control over the organizational objectives achievements. So the third point, which is concerned coordination, identify individual efforts towards group efforts. So individual efforts, group efforts. So individual efforts, which means what? Individual work. Individual efforts means individual work, individual involvement. That's all are become together of group achievement or group goal, group uh, constraint, group involved, everything which is there. So it's all a concern. So each and every individual groups which is converted or towards to the group efforts. So this is what the coordination. Any doubt? I just don't know. Any doubt?
No, sir.
No? Okay, 1 minute. How many? The next one is coordination as the essence of management. As the essence of management. So, what is that? This five: planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. Where we see it? We can see it in our unit one, functions of management. Have you understand that? Right? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because this is the functions of management, very important question that already I'm say from the unit one. We already discussed about that in this concern. These all the functions of management which has to be coordinated. That's all. Planning is one of the very important thing. With we are prepared the planning, but coordination with what the next stage, organizing, coordination with what you are going to be staffing it. So each and every functions of management who have to be matrixly to mix of their coordination. Any doubt? So no need to deeply to talk about planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling, because we already discussed about all those ones. Any doubt? Shall I? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Advantages. Right. Talk about advantages. What is that advantages? Generally, what are the various advantages of coordination, right? So we have different advantages while effectively to do of coordination. Coordination act as a guide or key to all management functions. Management function means what? Management function means this is the management functions. This has to be coordinated in a proper well and good, right? These are the five functions of management which are taking to properly coordinated. Am I right or not? That is what here coordination is always taking a proper action of management, which is to make a success of functions of management. The second point is coordination improves human relations. Coordination improves human relation. Okay, what is that human relation? So coordination, which it means which are promoted, which are developed the different department concern, which is coordinated with the planning, organizing, directing, controlling, and coordinating. So come to the point, the marketing department which is coordinated with the human resources, and so far here human relation has to be properly developed and structurized in coordination, with the help of coordination. So far what I'm trying to say here, coordination is one of the very important part to maintaining the good relation between the various department peoples. The third point, coordination activities, unity of individual. See, coordination, the main agenda or the main concept of coordination, which is what? Unity, which is unity of individuals, right? So here coordination achieve individual units, right? So every individual who are together to achieving of organizational goal, that is we concerned as what? Coordination. So then the fourth one is coordination creates a favorable working environment. What is that favorable working environment? See, it's maintaining or make a proper comfort zone of working environment. So because you are working in an organization, your co-workers are very smooth, the co-workers are very likable, the co-workers are very gently, the co-workers are very close with us. We are very comfort of their working environment because of coordination. your boss or your superior are more comfortable, your superior and co-workers are more comfortable, your working places environment is so comfortable, what do you think? I am more favor of my working environment. I am more coordinations there. We are always thinking about what the coordination. So then uh, which is that favorable working environment. The fifth point is coordination achieves a high employee moral, right? So employee moral and employee satisfaction, definitely. What coordinations? What it's not against of employee, it's not against of organization. Coordination is always promoting the positive mind towards the organizations of every individual. Coordination which is more smooth to running and maintaining of organizational achievements. Coordination which is improving the high level of moral, right? High job satisfaction. How what I said, coordination, coordinating of the people, well helped, well closed. So for what happened, the people are together, the people are enjoyed. So the sixth one is coordination brings efficiency and economy. So what is that efficiency and bring economy? Coordination is always be helpful to improving what the action, improving what the organizational objectives, improving the working process, which is always improving the efficiency and the economy, right, my dear student? So someone were asking the questions from their message box. Once again, yes. Can you explain how individual unit work with coordinations? Which point? Which is okay? See, third point, right? Someone who asking the third points regarding the individual efforts towards the group efforts. Am I right or wrong? With coordinations. Elaborate. Vaishali Swami. I don't know what you are trying to ask. You are trying to ask from unit 3, right? Sorry, unit third points, right? Coordination achieves individual unity of individuals, right? So how can we concern the minute, 1 minute? Okay, you are asking about the unit sorry, third points. So coordination achieves the unity of individuals. See, the purpose of management is always trying to be individual efforts maintaining or make up a proper individual efforts. How? Because with the coordinations, every individual efforts which makes the organizational efforts, right? So that is what the coordination is always helpful to improving the individual efforts, because each and every people who are given of their efforts, that efforts which is makes the organizational work, that is what we concern. How you said coordination which improving the individual efforts. See, when you are the positive thoughts, your individual efforts should be increases. If there is no any positive thoughts or positive towards the organization, if your dislikes to work in the organization, your individual efforts are not there, right? So coordination which is more support to maintaining the positive thoughts of towards the organization environment. Now you understand, I think so, Vishali. Is it fine? Sure. So anything else that you want to ask a question? I think so. Oh, 1 minute. Yeah, even. Okay. Unit up to unit 6 that I did. Up to unit planning of unit 7 and unit 8, right? Totally 8 unit is that. 7 and 8. Next week there is 1 hour that I can try to complete that 7 and 8. This is the queries section. Do you want to ask any queries? please ask me now. I can try to help you. My dear students, if there is any question, please ask me. What I earlier given of my points or given of my statement, please ask me now. Okay. Okay. So you just test me to my WhatsApp that I send all my PPT, what I have up to unit 1 to unit 6. Just test me regarding principles of management that I can forward to all my PPT. This is for your additional support, additionally boosting of your marks in your examination point of view, right? So, uh, Induma, Induma, right? So you are additionally queries that, right? I think so. Morning session that you said. So whatever it may be, you can test me that I try to help you and overcome whatever the doubts are there. Okay. Anyway, I think so. Yeah, more or less we completed up to unit 6, right? Any queries? Please ask me. Just 5 minutes is that. I try to complete. Yeah, give me important question. Don't worry, the last day that I try to give all the important question, even that the previous day what I given or give what I read, the same point of view that I can give it. Don't worry, in my last day, right? Any others? Any others? Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your uh, for your coordinations and what we are given of suggestions. Okay, anyway, I really appreciated you all. So we will see in our next class. I can quit now. So all the very best. Thank you. So if you want your whatever it may be that you want that PPT, you please test me. I can forward, right? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay, we'll continue financial accounting. So morning class we start. We were discussing about branch, departmental. Now we will see the left out chapter, single entry and partnership. Can you hear my voice? Um, okay, single entry. What is single entry? Single entry is just opposite to double entry system bookkeeping. What is double entry? Every debit has got corresponding credit. That is what called as double entry system of bookkeeping. So this chapter will discuss single entry system of bookkeeping. What is single entry is? All transactions will not be recorded as per double entry. So some will be debited, some will be credited. For some transactions, both debit and credit will be there. So it will not be having full recording of transaction. Every event has got a corresponding, there's every debit as a corresponding credit or every credit as a corresponding debit. That rule is not possible in single entry. Trial balance will not be prepared, a proper ledger will not be there, but in spite of having all these things, you have to find out profit of those organizations where they maintain single entry system of bookkeeping. So there are two methods for calculating profit in single entry. One is statement of affairs and the other one is conversion method. You see the screen? Uh, so I will change like this. So ascertainment of profit, one is statement of affairs, second one is conversion method. So what is statement of affairs is you prepare statement of affairs in the beginning and at the end. So when you prepare these two, you will find out opening and closing balance, and the difference between opening and closing will be the profit. So it is just like a balance sheet, that assets and liabilities. Statement of affairs is nothing but uh, just preparing a balance sheet showing assets and liabilities. Same way you will show assets and liabilities in statement of affairs, and you will find out the balance as a profit. So this single entry system will be preparing cash book and personal account, but they will not be preparing asset account, liabilities account. All those things will be missing. So this is the format of single entry. Liabilities on the left hand side and assets on the credit side, right hand side, and you will prepare two statement of affairs, one in the beginning and one at the end. So this question they have given you opening capital, closing capital, drawings and additional capital. So usually you will take opening capital, add draw, there is minus drawings, add net profit, then less drawings, all those things, add additional capital, you will get balance as profit. So here you know opening balance and closing balance. So start with closing balance is 1,20,000. From that minus your opening balance 80,000. So 40,000 ஓட ஏன் drawings add பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா நம்ம பேக்ல இருந்து வரும். So you're going from closing capital. So wherever you are reducing in balance sheet, usually drawings are minus பண்ணுவோம். So as it is reverse, you will add it. So add drawings, total you are getting 52,000. Then அங்க additional capital வந்து add பண்ணுவோம். ஆனா reverse வரதுனால we have to minus additional capital. So 10,000 minus பண்ணா the balance 42,000 is profit for the year. So that is how you will find out profit and single entry system. So this question they have given assets and liabilities. So you have to prepare opening capital. There is statement of affairs. Balance என்ன வருதோ அந்த amount தான் நம்ம capital சொல்றோம். So statement of affairs is nothing but preparing just like a balance sheet, show your assets on the right hand side and liabilities on the left hand side. So that is what statement of affairs. So 2 year கொடுத்திருந்தா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயருக்கு ஓப்பனிங் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் அஃபேர்ஸ், செகண்ட் இயருக்கு க்ளோசிங் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் அஃபேர்ஸ் ஓப்பன் பண்ணிட்டு, ஸோ இந்த ஆன்சர் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரெண்டு ஓப்பன் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ ரெண்டுத்து ஓப்பன் பண்ணும்போது செகண்ட் இயரோட க்ளோசிங் பேலன்ஸ் கேபிட்டல், அந்த க்ளோசிங் பேலன்ஸை வச்சு லாஸ்ட்டாக ஒரு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஓப்பன் பண்ணி தேர் கால்குலேட்டட் ப்ராஃபிட். யூ ஹேவ் எனி டவுட்? You have any doubt, you can ask now. Statement of affairs method. single entry. Prepare statement of affairs in the beginning, prepare statement of affairs in the closing. Whatever the capital you are getting in both the things, take out that. With that, adjust your additional capital drawings, then balance will be your profit. So closing capital is 48,500, opening capital is 45 minus. If you minus it, you'll get 3,500. With that, add your drawing, 7,500 is your profit for the year. So that is what statement of affairs method. So all these problems gives the same answer. Then we will move on to conversion method. So conversion method, what is two types of conversion? Full conversion and abridged conversion. See, full conversion, you will open all the possible accounts, ledger accounts, whatever it is possible, you will open in full conversion. But in abridged conversion, all accounts is not possible. So whichever account is possible, we will try to open it in abridged account. So in conversion method, these are the accounts you will open. If you open a cash book, you'll find out receipts and payments. Debtors account, we'll find out credit sales or opening or balance debtors. Creditors account, opening or balance, closing balance of creditors or credit purchase, bills receivable, opening or closing or bills received. Then as usual for bills payable, what is the bills payable, opening and closing. So in two types you have conversion. One is full conversion and second one is abridged conversion. Full conversion, you will open all the accounts whichever is possible, but abridged conversion, you cannot open all the accounts. So these are the various accounts what you know already in ledger. So ledger open பண்ற மாதிரியே தான் இங்க open பண்ணணும். So transactions கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. So based upon that, they have started opening statement of affairs, debtors, creditors, opening statement, then cash book, then trading and profit and loss account. As usual, final accounts எப்படி trading போடுவோமோ அதே மாதிரி you have to open your trading and profit and loss account. That is conversion method. So whatever possible ledger accounts, we will open it and then we will post into your trading profit and loss account. But we cannot open trial balance here. So single entry ன்றதுனால trial balance possibilities ரொம்ப கம்மி. But it is not possible. It's not less. It is not possible to open. So that is what you will do in conversion method. Any doubt in single entry conversion method? ஏதாவது doubt இருக்கா? I was not connected.
Yes, ma'am.
For past how many minutes? Single entry conversion method.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I was connected in first method or second method.
First method, ma'am.
So okay, first method, statement of affairs method. You are listening. What you will do in statement of affairs? Or shall I continue from first method? Okay, I'll start. Shall I start with conversion or I'll start with say statement of affairs?
Statement of affairs. Finish, ma'am.
Okay. Conversion method, what I was telling is, you will prepare, there is two types of conversion you have. One is full conversion and the second one is abridged conversion. So what is full conversion? You will, there is whatever the accounts it is possible for you to prepare, all the ledger accounts we will open if it is full conversion. And if it is abridged conversion, we can open whichever account it is possible. So these are the accounts we will be preparing. One second. So these are the accounts we will be preparing: cash book, debtors account, creditors account, total bills receivable account, and total bills payable account. So whichever amount is balancing amount, we will be preparing it from the particular account. That is cash book, we will find out receipts and payments. Then credit sales from debtors account. Then credit purchase from creditors account. Then you will prepare all those accounts, that is whatever it is possible, from bills receivable opening and closing, bills payable opening and closing, all those things. So in full disclosure, all the accounts, whatever it is possible, we prepare ledger account. If it is not possible, that is called as abridged the conversion. So these are the various accounts. This ledger we already know while preparing our final accounts. So this is one question given on 1990 and assets and liabilities are given. So what they have done is prepare statement of affairs to know the opening capital. Then debtors account to open your capital, that is, this is not debtors account, this is closing statement of affairs. Then creditors account, then cash book, and all the accounts what you have prepared, from that whatever the balancing figure you got, that will be used for preparing your trading and profit and loss account. So whatever the balance we got from creditors purchases, we have applied here. So as usual, final accounts will prepare trading, profit and loss account and balance sheet. Conversion method, we will prepare ledger with available information, and with available information based upon the ledger calculation, we will prepare final accounts. That is what conversion method. So in conversion method, I'll repeat, you prepare opening statement of affairs, closing statement of affairs, then all the ledger account, whatever it is possible to find out the missing figure, and then finally prepare your final account with trading, profit and loss account and balance sheet. So this question, they have given you 2 years information. With that, we have to prepare all this information, that is whatever the account it is possible, bills receivable account they have prepared, creditors, bills payable, debtors account, then with the available information, trading, profit and loss account and your balance sheet. Balance sheet as usual, assets and liabilities. So is it right? Any doubt? I'll repeat again. In single entry, two methods are there: statement of affairs method and conversion method. Statement of affairs method, you will prepare opening and closing statement of affairs. With that, find out opening balance of capital, closing balance of capital. From these two, opening and closing balance of capital, add that is closing capital, from that minus your opening capital, add your drawings, minus your additional capital, then ultimately your balance will be your profit. That is statement of affairs method. Conversion method is you will prepare as much as ledger possible. From the ledger, find out the missing information. From calculating missing information, you can prepare your final account, so that we can continue preparing in calculation of net profit, whether it's balance sheet, all those things. So that is with your conversion method. So problems, you just see your textbook, work out extra problems given. If you have any doubt, you can send mail and ask doubt. Then we will move on to the next one, partnership accounts. So partnership of firms, and you will have resolution of firm. So partnership, what is partnership? Two or more persons joining together to do a business and sharing profit. That is what partnership. So partnership business can be run by all or any one person who is going to act on behalf of the others. So when partnership you are entering, you have to write agreement. There is partnership deed, that is called an agreement. In partnership deed, you are going to give all this information name and address of the partners, nature of business, commencement of partnership, partnership duration, capital invested, sharing ratio, what is the commission salaries to be paid. All those things will be entered into partnership deed. So when you are entering into partnership, these are the points you have to be very clear. What is the profit or sharing ratio? What is the interest? Whether you're going to charge any interest on partner's capital. So sometimes it will be subtle or silent. So you have to be very clear all these points. Then what is the appropriation of profit? So appropriation of profit is consider what is the profit sharing ratio, what is the amount he has invested, what is interest on drawings, interest on capital, all those things has to be considered. And finally, what is the amount of profit to be transferred to the partner should be calculated. So in partnership, first we have to know what is the types of capital in which you are going to hold your partners. That is fixed capital or fluctuating capital. So these are the two types of capital. So in fixed capital, if you are following fixed capital method, you will be preparing capital account and current account. If it is fluctuating capital, you will prepare only capital account. So what is the difference between fixed capital and fluctuating capital is in fixed capital account, in fixed capital, I said two accounts you will prepare. One is capital and current. In capital account, you will show only the capital invested, and in current account, you will show all the other adjustment relating to drawings, additional capital, all those things will be shown in current account. But if it is to be followed with fluctuating capital, you have to show everything in fluctuating capital account. So that is what the difference between fixed capital and fluctuating capital. So this question they have given you, prepare there is show the profit distributed and also prepare capital account if they are fluctuating and if they are fixed. So profit sharing ratio, partner salary is given, net profit, add all these things and they have calculated what is the capital for each and every partner, that is 75,990. So if it is fluctuating capital, you have to show what is the capital of each partner, salary paid, interest on capital, then what is the answer you got in capital account, that is X for 30,600 has to be posted in capital account on the credit side. So by profit and loss appropriation, what is the profit they have appropriated? It was transferred to capital account. Then on the debit side, drawings and interest on drawings. So balance, whatever the balance will be the closing balance of capital in their account if it is fluctuating. Second is if it is capital. Second thing, if it is capital, two accounts are to be opened. One is capital account and the second one is current account. So in capital account, you will show only capital. That is capital bank account data to capital account. So by bank, 3 lakh, 2 lakhs and 1 lakh. And on the credit side, 3 lakhs, 2 lakhs and 1 lakh. Nothing else will be shown. If it is fixed capital, two accounts. If it is fluctuating capital, only one account. So current account will be showing all the other transactions like salary, commission, interest on capital, interest on drawing, profit transfer. All those things will be shown in current account if it is maintaining fixed capital account. So calculation of interest on drawings. Then the next adjustment is when a partner is admitted. So when you say partnership, partners may be admitted, partners may be dismissed, partners may be relieved, partner may be died. So many things will happen if it is a partnership firm. So in partnership, first one in partnership, you have to know how to calculate all these things when a partner is admitted. So when a partner is admitted means when a new partner comes into your business. So when a new partner comes, old partner has to sacrifice. So when a new partner enters, you have to calculate new profit sharing ratio, sacrificing ratio, treatment of goodwill, revaluation of assets and liabilities, then undistributed reserves, profit, loss, and capital account adjustments. So these are the various adjustments we have to do in the time of admission of a partner. The first one, calculation of new profit sharing ratio and sacrificing ratio. So how to calculate new profit sharing ratio? It depends upon the agreement. So the new partner will be given his share of profit and remaining share of profit will be presumed to be divided among the old partners. So if it's to be shared 1/4, so he'll be given 1/4, balance 3/4 will be shared among the old partners. So he may be required it on some agreed ratio from old partners. And you have to calculate also sacrificing ratio. Why? Because when a new partner comes inside, the existing partners or old partners have to share something with him. So that is called a sacrificing ratio. So sacrificing ratio is difference between old ratio and new ratio. So it will tell you how much is the profit sacrificed with the old partner due to the admission. So what is the case one? A new partner is given a share of profit and remaining share of profit is to be divided in old profit sharing ratio. So existing, you have X and Y, they are sharing into in the form of 3 is to 2. So they admit Z into the partnership firm as 1 by 3. So out of 1, if Z is given 1 by 3, balance existing is 2 by 3. This 2 by 3 will be shared among the old partner in 3 is to 2 ratio. So X share in 2 by 3 will be 3 by 5. 3 is to 2 now, 3 divided by 5. So in 2 by 3, X will get 3 by 5. And in 2 by 3, Y will get 2 by 5. Why? Because old ratio is 3 is to 2. So what is the new share of X? It will be 2 by 5, and Y share after admitting Z will be 4 by 15. So the ratio will be 2 by 5 is to 4 by 15 is to 1 by 3. So when you make it common 15 in the below the line, so it will be 6 is to 4 is to 5. So new profit sharing ratio will be uh, 6 is to 4 is to 5. That is case 1. So case 2. A and B are sharing profit and losses in the ratio 5 is to 3, and they are admitting new person for 3 by 16 share of profit from A. So A gives 3 by 16 and B gives 1 by share of profit from. Sorry, I got a call. So where did it stop? Do you have any doubt in calculating sacrificing ratio? How to calculate new profit sharing ratio? Any doubts you have? Or shall I proceed?
Ma'am, please explain one more sacrificing ratio.
Okay. So why? I think I am in BBA and BCom class. Why strength is very less today? From the morning, is this the strength or only in the afternoon? You are from BBA or BCom? Gayatri,
Become, ma'am.
BCom. Okay, I'll explain again.
Yeah.
Sacrifice. You want sacrificing or new profit sharing ratio?
Sacrificing ratio.
Sacrificing. See, in this question case 2, they have given existing partners A and B, they are sharing in 5:3, and C is admitted to partnership and he acquires 3/16. So A gives 3/16 and B gives 1/16. So from A share, what is the A's old share is 5:3. So from A 5/8, he gives 3/16. So from 5/8, you have to minus 3/16. So he will be giving 3/16. So after giving, his new share will be 7/16 for A. Same way for B, out of his 3/8 portion, he gives 1/16. So 1/16, his new share will be 5/16. Already he is getting, C is getting 3/16 plus 1/16. So totally his new share will be 4/16. So new profit sharing ratio between all the three partners will be 7:5:4. And sacrificing ratio already they have given, they are sacrificing A and B are sacrificing 3/16 and 1/16. So it is 3:1. The sacrificing ratio usually it is old minus new, but in this question, in this case, they have given you very clearly they are sacrificing 3/16 and 1/16. So sacrificing ratio is 3:1, and new profit sharing ratio is 7:5:4, and old share is 5:3. So you can again recollect it. So out of 5:3, A gives 3/16. Out of 5:3, B gives 1/16. So minus from their portion and find out the new profit sharing ratio. And C share is adding 3/16 plus 1/16. It is 4/16. So totally it is 7:5:4. So this is what the case 2. Then case 2 in again in B section. M and A, there is M and N are partners sharing profit and loss in the ratio 3:1. They admit O for 1/5 share in profit, which he acquires equally from M and N. Calculate new profit sharing ratio and sacrificing ratio. So what is O shares? They admit O for 1/5 in profit, which he acquires equally from M and N. So if he gets 1/5 and 1/5 from M and N, it will be 2 by, there is 1/2 of 1, there is equally gets 1/5 from M and B. So that shows that equally is 1. If 1 is here, adding both half of 1/5 from M and half of 1/5 from N. So he will be getting 1/10 from each. So M's new share will be, already the old ratio is 3:1. So 3/4 minus 1/10 will be given to O. So 3/4 minus 1/10. So M's new share will be 13/20. And N will be giving again 1/10 out of 1/4. So his new share will be 3/20. So O share will be 1/5 or 4/20. So if it is to be bottom number, if you want to convert into 20, it will be 4/20. So new profit sharing ratio will be 13:3:4, and sacrificing ratio will be is giving equally. So it is 1:1. 1/2 is to 1/2 is 1:1. You want to make it clear? Any doubt? If anybody wants to clear this doubt, sacrificing ratio. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. So after first adjustment, profit sharing ratio should be adjusted. Next one, treatment of goodwill. So goodwill must be adjusted. So what are the situations in which goodwill must be adjusted is profit sharing among existing partners if it is changed, when a partner is admitted, when a partner is retired or died, and when you go for amalgamation. So calculation of goodwill, these are the methods for calculating goodwill: average profit method, super profit method, and capitalization method. So average profit goodwill is equal to average profit into number of years of purchase. So you have 4 years of profit, add all the 4 divided by 4, you will get average profit. Then value of goodwill is equal to average profit into number of years of purchase. So it is given as 3 years of purchase, I think. So it's given 3 years of purchase. So 84,500 into 3 will give you the value of goodwill is 2,53,500. That is first one. Second method again weighted average. So add weightage with your annual profit. You should give weight. First year 1, second year 2, third year 3, fourth year 4. Multiply with the weight annual profit. You will get the amount 40,000 into 1, 45,000 into 2. Then add all the total. Totally it is 5 lakh divided by the total weight. That is 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. So divided by 10, then your weighted average profit is 50,000. Then again, value of goodwill is equal to weighted average profit into number of years of purchase. So goodwill value is 1,50,000. The second one is super profit method. Super profit method is you will find out goodwill with the formula super profit into number of years of purchase. And normal profit is equal to capital employed into normal rate of return. So normal profit is equal to capital employed into normal rate of return, value of goodwill. Example, so we'll see this example. Now you're listening. So super profit method, super profit you have to calculate. With that you have to multiply number of years of purchase. So super profit calculate and you have to find out normal profit is equal to capital employed into normal rate of return. So this question we'll see how they have worked out. Capital employed, normal rate of return, profit for 3 years, goodwill is 4 years of purchase. So first find out average profit. Average add all the profits, 3 years profit divided by 3. The average profit is 80,000. Normal profit is capital employed into normal rate of return. Capital employed is 6 lakhs. Normal rate of return is 10%. So your normal profit is 60,000. So super profit is equal to average profit minus normal profit. Average profit is 80,000. Normal profit is 60,000. So that your super profit is 20,000. So far you got your super profit. Now find out goodwill. Goodwill is equal to super profit into number of years of purchase. So it is 80,000 as super profit as per, there is goodwill amount is 80,000 as per super profit method. Then capitalization method. Under this method, goodwill is the difference between capitalized value of average profit at normal rate of return and actual capital employed. So from the following, calculate goodwill. Normal rate of return is given. Average profit for the last 3 years is given. Then total assets and total liabilities. So these are the things given. So you have to calculate your goodwill. Average profit as usual. Add all the 3 years divided by 3. You will get 80,000. Capitalized value is equal to average profit into normal rate of return. So that is a formula already given. It's a difference between capitalized value of average profit. So average profit is 80,000. You have to find out for 10%. So if it is for 100%, 80,000. Sorry, if it is for 80,000, how much 100%? So it is 8 lakh. Capitalized value of average profit. If it is given actually in the question, you can use it directly. So if 100%, no, if it is for 10%, if it is 80,000, how much for 100%? So 100 into 80,000 divided by 10. You got capitalized value, then find out capital employed. Capital employed, you have to use this formula. Tangible assets minus total liabilities. That is also given in the question. 7 lakhs is assets, liabilities is 2 lakhs. So capital employed is 5 lakhs. And goodwill, multiply your capital value at normal rate of return. So it is 8 lakhs minus 5 lakhs. That is capitalized value of average profit minus your capital employed. Capital employed, you can use this formula, assets minus liabilities. So you will get 3 lakhs as goodwill. So that is capitalized value. Then what are the various ways in which you can go for treatment of goodwill? Premium method, revaluation method, and memorandum revaluation method. So premium method, first one. So in premium method, a new partner brings a share of goodwill and the same is shared by old partners in their profit sacrificing ratio. So if it is the payment is made privately to old partners, no entry is made. If they are paid silently without showing into the organization, no entries will be made. But if it is paid according to the rules and regulations of the organization, it should be shared. So the journal, what you have to pay passes bank account data to goodwill account data to old partners capital account, and old partners capital account data to cash account. So this is a journal. So example they have given you. When what are the this is how the journal will be recorded in three cases. When goodwill amount is returned in the business. So what is the goodwill amount? It is given. His capital is 10,000 and his capital 8,000 is goodwill. So when goodwill is returned into the business, so when goodwill is returned into the business, so you will be adding with along with the capital. He brings 10,000 into capital as cash. So bank account data to is its capital to goodwill account. Totally it is 18,000. He is bringing in the form of capital and goodwill. And goodwill, if it is shared among the old partners, there he is bringing only 8,000. So that 8,000 is divided into the ratio 3 is to 2. What is their old ratio? 3 is to 1. So 8,000 into 3 by 4, it is 6,000. 8,000 into 1 by 4, it is 2,000. So goodwill brought in by the new partner will be shared among the old partners in their old profit sharing ratio. Second option, in case the amount of the goodwill is withdrawn, then apart from passing the two extra entry, if it is withdrawn, the cash goes out. So X capital account is getting 6,000 from Z and Y is getting 2,000. So they are getting cash out of the business. So if cash is paid, then this entry will be additional along with the above two entries. X capital account data, Y's capital account data to cash account. It is 8,000 totally given to X and Y in form of cash. Third option, in case 50% of the goodwill is withdrawn, the withdrawal entry is again X account data 3,000, Y account data 2,000. So totally it is 4,000 is withdrawn. That is 50% of the goodwill is withdrawn. That was premium method. Then the next one is revaluation method. So in revaluation method, when the incoming partner is not in a position to pay in cash for goodwill, then goodwill is raised in the books by crediting the old partner's capital account. So first option, no goodwill account appears at the time of admission, and second option, when there is goodwill account at the time of admission. So we will see one first thing, when there is no goodwill account, it is goodwill account data to old partners capital account. So X and Y are partners sharing profits and losses in the ratio 3 is to 1. They admit Z for 1 by 5 share. Z brings 20,000 for his capital but not in the position to bring cash for goodwill. So the value of goodwill is agreed at 12,000. No goodwill account appears in the books. So already there is no goodwill account. So X is bringing in cash. Sorry, Z is bringing in a capital of 20,000. So 20,000 cash account data 20,000 to Z's capital account 20,000, and is agreed to bring 12,000 as goodwill. So goodwill account data to X capital, Y capital, and that is shared among them by their old ratio 3 is to 1. So 12,000 into 3 by 4, it is profit and losses in the ratio 3 by 4. So you have to calculate the amount shared is 8,000 and 4,000. Then at the time of admission, X and Y are partners of a firm sharing profit and losses. So this is how you have to calculate for all the uh, cases when profit sharing ratio is given, and you have to calculate your goodwill. Then after goodwill treatment, you have to go for the next adjustment after goodwill, revaluation of assets and liabilities. So when a new partner enters, you have to revalue your assets and liabilities. So revalue your assets and liabilities at the time of admission of a partner. A partnership firm, the assets and liabilities are to be revalued. So when an asset is showing an increase in asset account data to revaluation. When it is showing decrease in value, revaluation to asset. When asset liabilities is showing increase, it is revaluation to liabilities. Decrease means liabilities to revaluation. When any profit is transferred, revaluation to profit, there is capital account of the old partners. When loss means old partners capital account data to revaluation account. So this is what the journal entries you have to pass for revaluation account. And the last one, adjustment of undistributed profit and losses, that is reserves. When a new partner is admitted, profit, reserves or losses appearing in the books at the time of admission is to be distributed to old partners in old profit sharing ratio. So the following journal entries are relevant. So when undistributed profits are there, you have to pass this entry, profit and loss account data, reserve account data to old partners capital account individually. For example, if two partners are there, to X capital account to Y capital account separately you have to transfer when you have undistributed profit. And the reverse entry for losses. Then what is adjustment of capital? At the time of admission, the partners may decide to have a balance in their capital account. So in case of excess or shortage of capital, they have to make an adjustment and pass on the adjustment journal entry. So in case any partner has excess capital, the following entries is passed. So if he has got excess capital, that partner's capital account data to cash account. If he has got shortage, the reverse entry capital account, there is bank account data to partner's capital. So this is a problem which you have to work out for at the time of admission. So one partner new, already they have three partners. One partner is coming inside the organization, that is D, and is going to give 1/4 share in the profit on the following terms. So these are the following terms. The first one, pass on the journal entries, that is he is bringing cash. So how much is capital he is bringing? So A, B, C, so that we will see. So see this account. So the first point is bringing 24,000. 9,000 for goodwill, 15,000 for capital. So that's what first entry. Cash account data, company is getting 24,000 cash. So cash account data to these capital 15, and second one is goodwill is 9,000. So that goodwill is shared among the partners 9,000. So existing profit sharing ratio, it is not given. So they are sharing equal. It's given equal partner. So 3,000 for each partner. And again, it's given 50% of the goodwill is withdrawn. That is 1/2 of the goodwill shall be withdrawn. So next entry, 3,000, half of 3,000 is withdrawn by each partner. So from each capital, the cash goes out equal to 1,500. A's capital, B's capital, C's capital, to cash account 4,500. Then again revaluation, they are given 1 point. Stock is revalued to be depreciated at 10%, and the data has to be revalued as 5% on data and liability to be created. So next entry is revaluation to stock. Depreciated means revaluation to assets. There is decrease in value of assets. So revaluation after they have given you, it is depreciated. So same entry when you are revaluing assets, and assets are decreasing, revaluation to asset account. When liabilities are increasing, revaluation to liabilities account. That is why they have given this entry, revaluations to stock, to furniture, to reserve for bad debts, to liability for bills discounted. Then value of asset building, it is increasing. So it has got this entry, building account data to revaluation account. And whatever the balance you get in revaluation, that will be transferred to capital account. So open your balance sheet for existing partners, then find out the capital of each and every partner along with the new partner. Then revaluation entry, whatever they have posted, find out the balance. That is balance, what you have is A, B and C. Balance is 1,500. 4,500 is shared equally. Then pass out the entry wherever it is cash. You will post it into the cash account. Then finally, you have to prepare your capital account, including a new partner. So this is how you have to work out um, the ledger when a new partner is admitted. That is admission. Then we'll move on to the next one, retirement of a partner. So when a partner will retire, all these things have to be calculated as you do at the time of admission, same way you have to do at the time of retirement. So we move on to retirement. A partner of a firm may decide to retire due to his health. So when he is retiring, you have to calculate new profit sharing ratio and profit gaining ratio. When a new partner is admitted, existing partners will sacrifice. When a partner is getting retired, existing partner will gain. So your gaining ratio you have to calculate. Goodwill has to be adjusted. Assets and liabilities have to be revalued. Reserves and profits has to be distributed, and capital accounts of the remaining partner has to be calculated. So how to calculate gaining ratio and new profit sharing ratio? So case one, three partners are there. B retires. Calculate new profit sharing ratio. Also calculate the gaining ratio. So new profit sharing ratio between A and C is 4 is to 3. There is no agreement. So one goes. So balance will be 4 is to 3 is new profit sharing ratio, and they will be gaining in the same ratio of 4 is to 3. Then second case, A and B, A, B, C are partners sharing profit and loss in the ratio 3 is to 2 is to 2. So, so this is the second case. Already they are sharing in 3 is to 2 is to 2. B retires from the partnership, and A and C to decide to share the profits equally, ascertain new profit sharing ratio and gaining ratio. So in the question they have A and C decided to share equally. So profit gaining ratio is A already equally means 1 is to 1. So 1 is to 1 is 1 by 2, and in that is already portion is minus 3 by 7. So new ratio minus old ratio. So 1 by 2 minus 3 by 7. So you'll be getting 1 by 4 as gain. Again for B, 1 minus 2 minus, sorry, 1 by 2 minus 2 by 7. Why? Because that is B is retiring. So it is not B, it should be C gaining. C will be gaining 1 minus 2, sorry, 1 divided by 2 minus 2 by 7. So you will be getting 3 by 4, 14 as gain. So new gaining ratio will be 1 is to 3. 1 by 14 is to 3 by 14. It is 1 is to 3. Same way treatment of goodwill. So goodwill will be treated whether you have in the books of accounts or not having books of accounts. So there are various cases where goodwill will be adjusted. So first one, three partners are there sharing 3 is to 2 is to 1. B retires from the firm, and the future profit sharing ratio is 2 is to 1. The value of goodwill is estimated at rupees 42,000. Then pass entries for the treatment of goodwill in case of the above cases. So case 1, goodwill is raised to the full value. So goodwill is raised to the full value is 42,000, and that will be shared among the existing partners all. So A, B, C in the existing ratio 3 is to 2 is to 1. Second case, if goodwill is raised and written off. So it is raised means first entry will be same. Second entry it will be written off among the existing partners in the new profit sharing ratio. So in the new profit sharing ratio, they will be sharing A and B. Existing partners alone will be sharing the total amount of goodwill of 42,000. Third one, if goodwill is raised to the extent of the retiring partner's share and written off. So goodwill account data to B's capital, only his share is 14,000, and that 14,000 will be shared among the existing partners 8 A and B in equal ratio 1 is to 1. Only if the B's portion retiring partner share alone is to be written off, this is a journal entry you have to pass. Then case 4, without raising goodwill account in the book when adjustment of goodwill is made. So in the same way, it is not shown in the books of accounts, but adjustment must be made. So A's capital account, B, C's capital account data to B's capital account. So why? Because you are sharing only B's amount of 14,000 among the existing partners. Then revaluation of asset and liabilities. So when a partner retires, the assets are revalued so that he does not suffer any losses. So profit or losses arising on the revaluation is to be distributed to all the partners in their profit sharing ratio. Then distribution of reserves, profits or losses. So when you are distributing reserves, reserves or profit and loss account data to all partners capital account. If it is a losses, all partners capital account data to profit and loss account. Then adjustment of capital accounts of continuing partners. So the continuing partners may decide to have their balance of capital in proportion of their profit sharing. So in that case, they have to bring or they can withdraw. So they want capital according only to the profit sharing. If it is excess or if it is shortage, they will bring it or they will withdraw. If they withdraw and reduce that is, if they withdraw and invest extra, then automatically it gets adjusted according to their new profit sharing ratio. Then ascertainment of the accounts payable to the retiring partner and mode of payment. So what is the balance of his capital? Then you have to find out retiring partners, all these things. Balance in current account, capital account, what is the share of goodwill, then profit, profit on revaluation, retirement share of profit, interest on capital. All these things will be on the credit entries and debit entries. What is capital account, current account, accumulated losses, then what is the share or loss up to the date of retirement, then what is the drawings, what is the amount he has invested extra as capital, all those things has to be clearly mentioned. And after passing on all the relevant entry, then account the retirement partner's books is closed and it is usually transferred to its loan account. Later, the loan account will be paid off when the company gets enough amount for making payment. So, this is one problem we will see about retirement. So, three partners are there. One partner gets retired. Then the value of goodwill is 7,000. Stock is appreciated. Appreciated means it's going up. Plant and motor is depreciated. The value of the asset is going down. Then liability for the payment of gratuity to workers is 2,000, which is not recorded. It has to be recorded again. Then provision for bad debts is no more necessary, so take it out. Then if it is decided to not to maintain goodwill accounts in the books, then what is the amount payable to P is to be paid in three equal installments beginning from the date is not given. So these are the four accounts you have to prepare. First, revaluation of assets and liabilities. So revalue assets and liabilities, increase or decrease. If it is increase, it is assets to revaluation. If it is decrease, revaluation to assets. So based upon the journal, post into the revaluation account and find out any balance. In this question, there is no profit, no loss. Then prepare capital account as if it is a fluctuating capital account. Prepare capital account and find out the balance in each and every account. Then go to the balance sheet. Balance sheet show your assets and liabilities. Then find out the balance. Whatever the balance you get, that either you will transfer to loan account or capital account. So your balance, there is no balance, I think. Then prepare fees loan account. Whatever the amount he has got as a balance in capital account will be transferred to loan account. Why? Because amount will not be paid immediately. It will be paid in the coming future. So it will be transferred to the loan account. Then the next one, this is what the adjustment you have to do when a partner gets retired. Then death of a partner. So when a partner suddenly dies, what are the transactions it should be considered and how the amount is to be transferred to the partner's account. So partner's account is share of profit up to the date of death will be calculated and it will be credited to his account. And in case all the accounts are settled, it should be settled to the next immediate responsible person in the family. So he'll be given the amount which should be received by the partner, but he has died. So his amount will reach the immediate person who has got the right to receive the amount. Then, so when you are preparing your death of a partner, so you have to calculate the joint life policy. When there is any policy to be added in his name, it should be considered, and how much is the amount to be paid, and what is the premium he has paid. All those things has to be calculated for final settlement for the person who has died. The joint life policy or individual policy, all those things has to be taken into consideration so that you can calculate the amount to be transferred to the loan account without any problem. So all these accounts you have to prepare at the time of the death of the partner. Then the next one is dissolution of a firm. The dissolution, that is dissolution when that is when the partnership is dissolved, that there is no possibility of continuing a business, and there will be there is so many problems arising, and when there is this resolution, there will not be any business afterwards. So business is going to be shut down or closed fully, and assets are disposed, liabilities are paid off, and the balance amount will be settled as partners capital account. So resolution of a firm take place in the following cases. A firm is dissolved when all the partners gives the consent to the resolution, or as per the agreement, when once your work is over, you can go for dissolution. Then second form is compulsory dissolution. And next one, a firm is compulsory dissolved on the following grounds. That is when all the partners are all accepting, one partner becomes insolvent. When all are insolvent, then you can go for dissolution. When all partners accept one desire to retire from the work, you can go for dissolution. So when all the partners are all accepting or the partner died, dissolution can be given. Then when the business becomes illegal, dissolution of the happening of a certain event and expiry of the period will also make us to have dissolved, and the venture of the project is completed. So either your joint venture or the project contract is completed, will have dissolution of the firm. So when the partner's conduct is not good, when the partner transfer all his share to a third party, so many situations in which you can go for dissolution. Then in dissolution, how the accounts are settled. So what are the rules for settlement of account? So losses are to be paid first out of profit, next out of capital, and lastly by the partners individually in proportion of their profit ratio. So when you have to settle your liabilities, sell your assets, pay your liabilities, still your liabilities are pending, you can pay it out of capital. Even after paying capital, from capital, if amount is left out, then you can ask your partners to pay from his capital, whatever he has got from the firm. Then the next one is payment of firm's debt and personal debt. So when you're dissolving, you have to pay both the debts, which is to be paid to the outsider. Then assets of the firm are applied to pay the debts. So you will sell your assets and get money, or otherwise you will adjust your asset value so that your debts are all clear. So that is what you have to go for payment of firm's debt and personal debts. Then accounting treatment. When a firm is dissolved, all accounts are to be closed, and for this purpose, a new account called realization account is opened. So why we open realization account is we will record all the amount realized from closing the account by selling the assets, by setting the liabilities. Any amount you have received that will be recorded in realization account. And when the assets are realized, it is passed through the account. Likewise, when liabilities are passed, it is also passed through the books of accounts. So profit or loss and realization of assets shown in the account are distributed to all partners in their profit sharing ratio. So the journal entries for realization to assets account. Then when the liabilities are in excess, outside liabilities payment to realization, and when assets are sold for cash, so it is cash to realization account. When a partner takes over an asset, partner's capital account data to realization account. Why? Because he's taking over one asset instead of getting a cash. Then liabilities are paid off, then realization to bank. When one liability is taken over by the partner, it is realization account data to partner's capital account. Then if any asset is not recorded, then if any liability is not paid, all these things you have to write as a journal. Then you have to prepare an account, there is balance sheet or statement of affairs, and then you will find out what is the actual amount he has to receive from the company. So with this amount, he has to plan what is the um, partners when they come out. That is with this amount. What is this? Realization fees loan. That is, if a partner has died, it will be transferred to loan account so that it will be paid on time. So that is with your dissolution. Then insolvency of a partner. When one partner is insolvent. So at the time of dissolution, a partner of a firm having debit balance in his capital account becomes insolvent. So if you have credit balance, that's no problem. But you have debit balance, that is a problem. So if you could not pay any deficiency in the capital account, then that partner has to be solving according to the rule. That is, the loss is a special loss and has to be shared by the solvent partners. The ratio of their capital that will be based upon Gardner versus Moray rule. So when a partner is dissolved, when is having debit balance, you have to like to share that particular loss among the existing partners in their capital according to their capital holding, according to the rule which is set by Gardner versus Moray. So this method, what Gardner versus Moray says is, it's a method of distributing loss. So due to insolvency, so in case of capital of the partners are kept under fixed capital method, the loss is distributed to the solvent partners in fixed capital. If it is in fixed capital account, it is based upon the fixed capital ratio what they have in the capital account. Second one is, in case if they are keeping their accounts in fluctuating capital method, then the loss due to insolvency of a partner is to be distributed in their ratio of capital after distributing profits and reserves appearing in the balance sheet. Any doubt? Okay, I will continue. So if any partner is insolvent, his loss will be shared among the existing partners as per the rule of Gardner versus Moray. And in case if it is a fluctuating capital, is solvent partners has to is to be distributed to the solvent partners in the ratio of their capital after distributing their profit. Whatever the balance they have in the capital, depending upon the balance, then the insolvent partner share will be shared. So these are the three partners you have, and they have given you the balance sheet of partnership firm. So they have given assets realized, and one partner has become bankrupt, and 1024 only was recovered from his estate. So he could not pay. So you have to prepare realization account, bank account, and capital account. So what realization account? What are the amounts you can realize by selling the assets and whatever the assets you have. So show all the assets and liabilities you have first. Then what is the amount you have realized, and what is the loss or profit on realization. So loss and profit on realization existing, including the partner who is installed, that will be shared and it will be shown like this. Then after that, you have to prepare capital account. So when capital account is fixed, you have to show only all the things. There is only capital in capital account and all the other things in capital. There is current account. So all the journals relating to realization, deficiency, goodwill, everything is posted. And finally, they have found out what is the amount you have to pay. There is for each partner. So whatever the amount you have as a balance, it will be transferred to loan account. So 4,000 rupees is transferred to loan account. That capital account. So Y is deficient. Y is deficiency distributed to X and Y. That is the amount what you are going to pay. So this is the amount what you get is the amount which is to be paid to X. That is X loan account is 4,000. So loan from X, it is 4,000. That's why you prepare loan account. Then after loan account, when it is capital account is fluctuating, then we will be showing the accounts like this. Again, local accounts will be same, but capital account will be shown in single. If it is fluctuating, if it is fixed, it will be shown in double. That is in capital and current account when all the partners are insolvent. So this is two, and Arun and Arandan are two partners. They have become insolvent. So what are the again entries? Realized Show all your assets, whatever the assets, machinery, all these things we have. So 2 machinery 1200. Show assets and liabilities what you have in the balance sheet in the realization account. And after that, show how much is the cash you have received and paid for liabilities and assets. So realization account balance you got 1,140. That is the loss what you have incurred for realization, and it is shared among two partners' capital. So again, capital account for Arun and Anand. So opening balance and closing balance transferred from realization account, and what are the amount they are able to pay, that is by cash, and what is the amount it is not able to pay is by deficiency. Then again deficiency, so when it is not paid, then you have to adjust. So opening balance of 3,200, he is able to pay 1,580. Balance is deficiency account is 1,620. So when there's a realization, it is when all the partners are insolvent. Then the next one is gradual realization of assets. It is piecemeal. So gradual realization of asset, two methods. So what is gradual realization is, it is called as piecemeal distribution. Slowly, one by one, you will realize and you will solve. So that is gradual realization. It is carried out in two methods, proportionate capital and maximum loss. So first in proportionate capital, we will see one problem. So this is proportionate capital. See what they have given, balance sheet, profit sharing ratio, and they have given first realization, overall assets and with பணம் இவ்வளவு வருதுன்னு சொல்றாங்க. So first, second, third, fourth realization they have given. Then what is the way in which you will assess the key, take all the amounts what is due. So யாருக்கெல்லாம் நம்ம பே பண்ணுமோ அதை முதல்ல அப்படியே எடுத்து எழுதிடணும். Amount due, creditors, loan, and then capital. First external parties, then internal party. So write in that order. Creditors, A's loan, A capital, B's capital, and C capital. This is proportionate. First pay with the amount of cash what you have in hand. 5,000 you have paid 5,000 to creditors. So balance 45,000. So bring down the balance again. Then amount of realization is 40,000. That 40,000 will be uh, paid to creditors first. So 45,000 you have, out of that 40,000 is paid, still you have to pay 5,000 rupees to creditor. Again bring down the balance of all the other capital account. Then second realization you are getting 3,000, out of that 3,000 you have paid 5,000 to creditor. So creditors have become 0. Now you have 25,000. So first 25,000 first to pay to A's loan. So 25,000 you have, A's loan is 10,000. So out of that 10,000 you have paid to A. So A's account is 0. So balance still you have 15,000. So 15,000 will be paid in which order? That is what we have to see. So 15,000 balance A's capital, B's capital, and C's capital. So out of 15,000, it is paid to which partner? So it is shared among 5 is to 1 is to 1 by 3, 1 by 6, 2. So it is 3 is to 2 is to 1 by 6. 3, 2, 6. 3 is to 2 is to 1. So what we have to do is, out of that 15,000, that 15,000 is paid to C. Why it is paid first to C is, for that this calculation we have to do. So see this one. Each one's capital is 50, 10, and 40, and their profit sharing ratio is 3 is to 2 is to 1. So divide, that is, you have 5,000. 5,000 is divide 40,000 by 1 is 40,000, 10,000 by 2 is 5,000, 50,000 by 3 is 13,000. So minimum 5,000, 5,000 into 3, 15,000, 5,000 into 2, 10,000, 5,000 into 1, 5,000. Find out the balance. So how to calculate the balance? 50 minus 30, it is 35, 10 minus 10, it is 0. Then in last column, you have 40,000, 40 minus 5,